Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is November 12th, 2024 at 4:30 p.m. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Here.
Councilman Taylor. Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Streeter.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. First up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
no changes this afternoon, so I move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and the clerk to attest.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There are no items moved from the consent agenda, so we will go into department commission reports. First up is the Meridian Speedway recognition, item 6, and I'll turn this over to Cassandra, and it looks like Blaine.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you very much for letting us be here today. As many of you know, we've been working on getting the Speedway listed on the National Register of Historic Places for quite a while. So we're here to present to you Blaine, which is our chair of the Meridian Historic Preservation Commission. And this is Dan Everhart. He's the outreach, I forgot the title, State Historic Preservation Office Outreach Coordinator. Okay. So he'll talk to us a little bit about the process for getting listed. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dan, and I work for the State Historic Preservation Office. We're a division of the State Historical Society and work across Idaho to promote historic places, the collection of historic artifacts, and the preservation of Idaho history. And one of our key programs is the National Register of Historic Places programs. It's really a program operated in partnership with the National Park Service. I can't make this slide change.
So
Good thing we're not being
we can't do
recorded.
it either, so.
Oh yeah, very, very touchy. We're on like the 4th slide now instead of.
Use the arrows
There
instead
you
of the
go.
mouse.
Weird. Didn't even have to click. Okay. We got this figured out. We don't. The National Register of Historic Places is the official list of properties considered important to our past and worthy of preservation. It is a program operated by the National Park Service, and in Idaho, it's administered by our office, the Idaho State Historic Preservation Office. It recognizes buildings, sites, structures, objects, districts that are significant for history, for architecture, for their engineering, for their archaeology, etc. It's critical that when we talk about the National Register program, we understand not only what it is, but what it does. The National Register is honorific. It provides no restrictions to private property owners. It provides no true protections to historic places. A key component of that is it also provides no funding for the preservation of historic places. So when we talk to the public, we tell them, as I'm telling you, National Register designation is honorific. We say that over and over again. There is a lot of misconception out there about what the National Register program does and does not, but it is an honorific program that simply acts to provide recognition, an attaboy, a kudos for a property owner, whether public or private, which owns a place significant in Idaho or American history. I'm gonna try this again. Maybe. Now there. Thank you. There's just a short 1.5 to 2 year time frame to list a property in the National Register. Like all good bureaucracy, the bureaucracy of this program includes both local officials, state officials, and the federal government, so we can't leave anybody out. How this works is someone says, gosh, I think I have a place, let's say a speedway, that might be, should be listed in the National Register. And we say, well, let's find out. Let's have you do an early questionnaire. We want to make sure that no one is surprised by the findings of our office. So we ask for a preliminary questionnaire. Many places end their journey right then. If we say, gosh, for one reason or another, you can't be listed in the National Register, that's where their conversation stops. For those who move on, ultimately, we have a draft nomination that goes through a whole series of back and forth edits and reviews. Generally, these nominations are written by a historic preservation professional or an architectural historian. And then as the sort of final step in the Idaho portion of the process, we take these draft nominations to our statewide Historic Sites Review Board, which is appointed by Jan Gallimore, the director of our state agency, and made up of architects, archaeologists, historians from around the state. They meet at least once a year, sometimes usually twice a year, to review draft nominations and determine whether they meet the criteria for listing or not. If they do, they get sent to the National Park Service, and we work with an office, one of the most uniquely titled offices in federal government, which is the Office of the Keeper of the National Register of Historic Places. And there is, in fact, a person whose official title is the Keeper of the National Register of Historic Places. So the Keeper ultimately and their staff approves a National Register listing after making sure that it meets all the criteria that they require. We hope to never send forward a nomination that is somehow problematic at the Keeper's office. And then I just thought it might be interesting for you to know, this process takes generally at least a year. Sometimes it takes a little more than that. It's a lot of time and energy, both by our office, by our local supporters, and usually by a preservation professional who writes the nomination. So I think Cassandra's going to give you a little bit more information about the places here in Meridian that are already listed.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to make a slide so that you know about what the other properties are in Meridian. So as you can see from that list, there's actually 9 listed, but to Dan's point earlier, there are 2 properties that are no longer standing because this is an honorific title. So all of the ones that are still here are the ones, they're all in downtown except for the Speedway, and that one's new. So those are the properties that we have. I also kind of just want to point out the Tolith House because that was recently renovated, and the Historic Preservation Commission, we submitted for an Orchid Award through Preservation Idaho, and it won an Orchid Award recently. So with that, I'll turn it over to Blaine to give a little bit of history about the Speedway.
So in 1948, the Meridian Dairy and Stock Show was incorporated to promote the dairy industry. In 1949, the Meridian Dairy and Stock Shows acquired 15 acres of land south into Meridian for a stock show. In 1950, the Meridian Athletic Association incorporated to promote athletic recreational programs for Meridian, teamed up with the Dairy Board to develop dairy grounds for year-round use and recreational center. The Meridian Speedway has been in continual use since 1951. In the early days of the Speedway, the Dairy Board provided equipment for the youth of Meridian for sporting events, up to including uniforms, travel, stuff like that. And at present time, the Dairy Board still gets 2 days in June every year for the Dairy Days. So with that, that's all my history. That's the presentation that we did a couple of weeks ago to the Speedway when we presented them this plaque.
And in addition to this plaque, the Ada County also gave the Speedway the Ada County Treasurer Award. So some of the Ada County commissioners are there along with Councilman Taylor. Thank you very much for coming out to the Speedway. And I also want to give a quick thank you to Barbara Bauer from TAG. She was our research consultant on the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I just want to extend a congratulations and thank you for all this hard work that you all have put into this. And I'm really proud to have another, place in Meridian that's such an iconic place for us that's part of the National Register. I think it's great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I think it's great to see the recognition for the Speedway, but, you kind of missed one very important event that happened out there at the Speedway. Remember, it got put on the map by Clint Eastwood in the movie Bronco Billy. We can't forget that. Some of the old pictures, you have to remember, Meridian Speedway was existing long before I-84 was ever a thing. And Highway 30 Franklin Road was the only way people got through this valley. So it plays an important role in that history. So thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I remember with great fondness, I was a new employee working here at City Hall, and some folks had moved to Meridian and had called to ask the city if we could turn down the volume at the Speedway. And I remember reminding them the Speedway was here long before all of us, and certainly its historical significance hopefully means it will be here a lot longer after we're all gone. So thanks for your great work on this. I know Councilmember Taylor's not here, but I appreciate him representing mayor and council at the event a couple weeks ago. He did a great job of representing us, and just another exciting announcement and win for the city of Meridian. So thanks, Blaine. Thanks, Cassandra. Thank you all for bringing this to our attention.
Yes, thank you very much. And, probably one of my biggest regrets was I didn't stay on ACHP long enough so that I could have been there when this actually came through the process. But I'll probably stop in next time I'm in DC and, give him accolades for that work. So congratulations. All right, with that, we'll move on to item 7, which is Meridian Development Corporation update on Destination Downtown Master Plan. Mr. Hood, are you going to do any introductions or no? Okay. Ashley, are you going to do any or nope? All right.
Microphones are all still on. Yep. Okay, Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here this evening. My name is Chris Danley. I'm the project manager for the Destination Downtown Update on behalf of MDC. I'm going to give you an update of where we are with this plan, all of the things that sort of went into it, and hopefully get some direction from you as to how your staff and if your staff continues to move forward in terms of any implementation that we all see fit. So I know it was provided to you in your staff report, and hopefully you had an opportunity to go through it, read through it. There's a lot to it, as you would imagine. It's a heavy lift, a lot of effort went into it, and tonight I'm not going to go over every single little bit of it, as you would imagine, but definitely want to hit some of the high points. So with that, I want to get through purpose real quick, and again, just kind of a general reaction that any of you have to it, answer any questions that any of you might have as well, and then as I mentioned a second ago, just get into general directions. So to reset, remind you where we started and where we are. What was our objective? Our objective included numerous components to this. It wasn't even just about the destination document itself. It was also some of the things on the screen in front of you. So we were looking at the future and the viability of the current urban renewal district. We were looking at the possibility of the auditorium district, what that might look like, where might that be located, some of the sideboards that would be with that. Definitely took a very good hard look at parking. Parking in downtown we know is a hot button issue. Certainly got a lot of feedback about that, as I'll get into momentarily, but that was definitely a major element of what our deliverables were to include. Also included was design standards specific to the downtown area. And I'll get into what that looks like in a moment as well. And then last but not least, we had an additional component, which was an economic analysis provided of what the downtown environment means in terms of a fiscal impact and how that might compare to some of the other areas around the state of Idaho and the Treasure Valley in particular. So how did we do this? Well, we got a lot of input, and a lot of that input wasn't always simpatico, as you might imagine. We started with numerous stakeholder meetings. Some of you may have participated in that. We certainly had stakeholder groups that were organized by sort of different interests, whether it was business owners, employees, nonprofit groups, and the like, and others, to try to get information from them, the folks who would know downtown really, really well, whether it's from the decision makers' perspective, from the doers that make the local economy happen, to the visitors who come down and spend time in the downtown environment. We went to Dairy Days, and it was hot. Man, was it a hot one. But we stuck it out. We went out and gave away lots of candy as ways to bribe kids to bring their parents so we can get their thoughts. But we also tried to engage kids because, hey, that's the future of Meridian as well. So we wanted to get some of their thoughts on what the downtown ought to provide and what it might be missing and so on. We also took a swipe at going to Oktoberfest and get additional thoughts from folks there, as well as some of the more technical approaches, whether that be online surveys and questionnaires. And then also I should let you know that there was a parking subgroup that met multiple times throughout the creation of that particular document. And I think it was 2 of city council members were on that particular subgroup as it went through. So you had representation as it materialized. So what ultimately came about, as you would imagine, competing interests brought about all kinds of opinions. Specifically, we had folks who in some cases said, hey, nothing more than 2 stories. We had other people who said 20 stories. Well, that's an easy one to thread, right? But we had to definitely take all of those perspectives, put them together, and hopefully come up with, to some degree, an agreeable direction. And so that agreeable direction was what we called the incremental steps. And so through that, our job was to optimize some of the existing parcels, looking at the entirety of the corridor, certainly providing a vertical presence, but where that might made sense, how do we transition, how do we honor history and their existing buildings and so forth, all of those things, certainly taking into consideration the rail corridor, which is a very unique element of downtown Meridian, and also some of the things like walking, biking, transit. We had another, I would say, challenge, a major challenge. That challenge is what you're looking at. And what I mean by that is our job and what we were tasked to do was to look at the totality from the freeway to Fairview, as we sort of called it, as a downtown. But when you ask people in Meridian about where downtown is, what downtown is, as you again would imagine, there's lots of different opinions. And so at the end of the day, our job, however, was to look at this whole stretch from north to south as, again, freeway to Fairview. And as you know, lots of different land use types, everything from vacant land to industrial uses, historic, civic, as we just heard with the Speedway in terms of cultural elements. Also neighborhoods, and a major concern about, hey, we don't want to gentrify. We don't want things to happen, so quickly or in such a way that it puts a fiscal pressure and economic pressure on people and they have to move out. That really matters to us, and we want to figure out how we can keep that from happening. But ultimately, make it a downtown. That was our challenge. And so I'm going to go through these kind of quickly for the sake of time. As I mentioned, I know that these were in your staff report, and I'm sure you've had a chance to look at these with greater detail. But I will go just sort of from the north towards the south and give you some of the thoughts that went into their consideration. And again, a plan, a guiding document. Not every detail, not every nugget is going to be in it, but it certainly gives us, hopefully, an agreeable vision. What we coined the Northern Gateway, as you can see, that is from the Fairview Cherry corridor a bit north to some of the properties that you are aware of. Certainly, it's about getting some degree of density in there. It's about a gateway on the far northern edge. It's about providing some buffers, possibility for some of the shared use pathways that we know ACHD is going towards now. Minimizing but allowing some degree of parking in front of buildings that might be up against that corridor as well. And then frankly, it's about optimizing we know the very large but yet to be developed property on northwest corner. That's a magnificent opportunity for the city of Meridian. But there's also opportunity that could possibly come around on the northeast, which some of that parcel that's been there for quite some time and at some point is likely going to redevelop, whether it's the existing businesses staying put, but a new building or ultimately some change that might come along. But what does that look like? And how do we make and take total advantage of that in a way that we agreed about it? The next one we called the North Main District. I will tell you that this one was an interesting one because it has two major themes to it. It's certainly those properties that are up against Fairview, and we know that there's been some unfortunate change with Rite Aid already and that whole situation. But some of that commercial component that's towards the north, but also a very interesting and unique residential component, right? That has history, that is really the heartbeat of what we know to be the historic downtown. And so it's about honoring in that as well. So some of the thoughts that went into that, some of the high points, we certainly suggest and recommended that Coal Valley Christian campus likely be the subject of its a whole different plan, because that's a big deal, right? That's going to be a very big deal for the city of Meridian to make sure that that property is developed in the way that honors whatever the private interests might be, but also in a way that is agreeable to the existing neighborhood as well as the decision makers that you all are. And intensifying the Fairview element, I kind of mentioned that. Some of the additional connections that are possible, we highlighted some of that because circulation is major. I would contend that if we don't have good connectivity, we end up putting a whole lot of pressure on just a handful of streets. And when we do that, we end up with a lot more congestion that we might need, a lot less of an inviting environment for folks who are wanting to walk or get around that way. So connections can be really, really good. And again, as I mentioned, a gateway component at that intersection really towards the north as you come in from the north to the south. Hey, welcome to downtown. This is the beginning of that stretch. Okay, this one's gonna look a little complicated. I'll walk you through it. Because this is where people's opinions, your code, what we believe in, like your general plan for your comprehensive plan, for example, we have lots of language in here that refers to Old Town, right? We have a zoning code that is Old Town. What do people think of when I suggest, or we had conversations about Old Town? Well, we had to kind of decipher what that means, and our best attempt was to do it in the following way. So here's what my take is going to be on this. This whole section we're generally referring to as Old Town. However, within it, because of what we were asked to do, we have a few different elements to it that I'll go over quickly momentarily. The railroad corridor, which is unique and sort of unto itself, the traditional city core, which is called out in your code, those neighborhood enhancement elements and the neighborhoods that are to the east and the west of what we know to be that city core, and then what we coined as the additional traditional city core that's to the south, sort of an extension of what we know in that railroad area, but north of Franklin, and kind of still opportunities, but again, still people live here and we need to respect that. So lots of things that go into this. So the rail corridor is where people pointed to say, yep, that's where we're good with our tallest of tall. And it makes a lot of sense, especially if, and there, I will tell you, there is some momentum on this. We'll see where it goes, but the possibility of returning rail to Meridian as well as the region, and all of a sudden the notion of transit-oriented development is a reality. So we're trying to read the tea leaves as much as we can, go with public sentiment as well. And ultimately, again, this is where the highest of high was envisioned to go. A linear green space that might align that rail corridor, and then a possibility of connections for walkers and bicyclists in certain locations and where it might make sense to get across that rail corridor and not be too cumbersome. The next section is that traditional city core 1 that's to the north and then also to the south. This is where there's a slight step down. This is where that transition may occur. So it's still a little bit tall, but not super tall. It's about 5 stories, give or take, 75 feet. Again, respecting what folks kind of had to say, and that step down between that rail corridor height and our neighborhoods that are surrounding it. So that's the point of where this kind of comes about. I'm going to get to some of these other things in terms of human experiences momentarily and parking, because as you would imagine, again, as I said at the outset, the City Core 1 was definitely a focal point for a lot more additional efforts, and I'll get to a second. But this is where a lot of what we know downtowns to be, festival streets, lots of activities, pedestrian rich, etc., really are to take place. This is where that's envisioned to go. And your code does a great job of calling that out now. And so really it's about augmenting some of the existing momentum that we know we already have. One last thing is also, again, gateways. And this comes from Pine Street, for example, on the east and to the west, saying, hey, you're coming from that direction. Again, welcome to downtown, and celebrating that sense of place and separating itself. In terms of the neighborhood enhancement areas, we are in the plan calls for most of it being a preservation attempt at what's there, but also allowing something, for example, like with ADUs. If there's a financial pressure, hey, an ADU can actually help a homeowner or a property owner by augmenting some of the income and allowing them to stay in place. But this is also a housing goal that the city of Meridian has as well, and gets people closer to your downtown environment in a very modest way. 800 square feet, for example, or whatever ultimately is built, but something that's fitting and historic, by the way. ADUs are certainly not new, but in a way that keeps people there. Other things we talked about, the possibility of some uniqueness with respect to the street system. There's nowhere in Ada County, for example, and even Treasure Valley for that matter, that has a system of neighborhood traffic circles, for example. That can be done in a really great way. It can be a way to celebrate place, make it unique. If you've ever been to Bend, Oregon, for example, they have a system of traffic circles where they have public art in them. You go to the Chamber of Commerce, you actually point out the ones you get to, you get a free t-shirt. That's their thing, right? But it's a unique way, again, of just sort of celebrating place. And hey, why not downtown Meridian? The Speedway, we couldn't have picked a better night, right, to be here in front of you with regard to that. But as you might imagine, that was a bit of a challenge for us, our team. And we got lots of different input from folks as we went through, whether it was stakeholders, whether it was the public. And again, as you would imagine, hey, some people were going, we love it, we want it to stay. Others, maybe not as much, maybe the folks that called, council member Kavanagh and said, turn it down. But lots of thoughts there with respect to the Speedway. However, we looked at that and said, if nothing else, there are some catalyst property opportunities. We don't know what the future is going to hold. However, they are large in terms of space and the proximity to the Old Town area, to the park, right, and along the couplet does provide a lot of opportunity for something quite special should that come about. And even if it's not the Speedway itself, for example, the parking lot, at some point we might say, hey, all that asphalt, it's a very valuable piece of real estate, still maintain the Speedway, but something happens maybe with the parking lot as an example. One other piece I wanted to point out with this is that the opportunity to frame that couplet, and I mean the Meridian main couplet itself, pulling things closer together, providing a vertical component. One thing with regard to sort of the land use and transportation fundamental, if we pull buildings farther away from our arterials or our roadways, it prompts speed. It's a psychological element of drivers. And so when you pull buildings closer in, it generally can help get people to comply with the speeds that we want. And in this instance, we know coming into our old town, a speed that's a little bit slower than, for example, some of our busier mobility arterials. The last one, the Southern Gateway, as we called it. Now, again, as we were in the midst of this, you had a land use application, kind of a big one, if I understand it right. Lots of decisions went into that. Don't know exactly where that stands, but nevertheless, we had to forge ahead. And part of the elements of that, this was your Southern Gateway. This is, again, hey, welcome to downtown, because as I mentioned a second ago, our job was in fact to go from the freeway to Fairview. So that was another way of saying, and you have some of that now, right? At the first intersection there. But again, sort of a little bit more on the gateway treatments. Lots of redevelopment opportunities that could take place there. We certainly suggest some street connectivity. We know that's a very gummy area with regard to vehicular traffic. And so certainly eliminating some of the local trips that may have to use that corridor, whereas some of the other streets that might come about in the future could help alleviate some of those trips, would certainly help. It's 1,000 cuts kind of an approach, right? Also, some green space was envisioned towards the west side of it, because we noticed in that part of downtown area, there wasn't as much as maybe there could be. So with the opportunity for development could come a modest park space, for example. And I think that was the gist of it. But again, lots of opportunities, and if that development doesn't come to fruition, well, now we've got maybe something that points in a similar direction and backs it up, or changes course a little bit. So that was our attempt at the Southern Gateway. Parking. People love talking about parking. Full disclosure, I'm on the City of Boise's P&Z. Last week, we had an hour and a half straight of 2 applications talking about parking. No other issue, all parking, right? And so I understand it, we get it. And here's where I will take this conversation, because I think ultimately people were quite pleased in the results of what came about with this parking study. And the biggest takeaway, you got a lot of it, and you don't need to do a lot of complicated things. You don't need a parking garage. You don't need to do metering. But what needs to happen in order to maintain what we've got and keep it operational are some fairly low-hanging fruit types of things, comparatively speaking anyway, to maintain that parking. So there's lots of great strategies that can be utilized in order to keep this parking abundant, keep customers coming in and out, the future residents utilizing it as well, and so forth. So ultimately, no, don't need radical actions, but do need a bit more in the way of organization and management. There's a lot of different things in that hopefully you had a chance to look at, but things from just making sure all the signage says the same thing, right? Making sure that the time zones are aligned and it's very clear, and so forth. So there are definitely some financial implications, not going to hide from that. But the good news is it's not budget killer type of things where you're saying, hey, we need a $30 million, $40 million parking garage. So there's, I think, one of the really good things there. Design standards was another component, and this is the rules of the game, right? And if we want the result of that game to look a certain way, feel a certain way, then the rules of that game have to sort of help us in that regard. And so it's not trying to be so onerous as it takes away from the private sector's desire to build certain things in certain ways, and especially as it relates to their parcel and their shape of their parcels and their objectives. But it is trying to do things like continuity with design, maintain a bit of a feel, in particular, again, those that section 1 and section 2 of our traditional core, but bring about a framework. So again, for that next generation of downtown projects, has a feel that we want and we're comfortable with. So this was another one of the deliverables that is included in the plan. This is my personal favorite. I think it's a fun one. Heaven forbid we actually have fun in the world of planning, right? Human experience. I get a chance to travel all over the country in the work that I do. In the last couple of years, it's been Arizona, California, Texas, and on and on and on, North Dakota. I was in the city of Cavalier, North Dakota. Pretty sure none of you know where that is because it's a town of 1,500 people near the Canadian border. Small town, maybe 2 blocks. What do they have in downtown Cavalier? Music playing on speakers and lighting over their state highway, right? So here was an attempt at making you feel good about in being in their downtown. Wasn't a very big, robust downtown, but hey, man, I heard Everly Brothers and felt like this is kind of a cool place, right? So there's lots of ways to get at this. There's so many fun and unique ways to get at this, and I'm a big believer that there's some opportunities in downtown Meridian that can be taken advantage of to set yourself apart from some of the other cities that are not just in Ada County, but the total Treasure Valley. So lots of different things were included in that. Future urban renewal districts, it's just pretty bread and butter, but it was an examination of what the existing district, is doing, has done, and what the future might look like for renewing it, changing the boundaries perhaps, and that sort of thing. But ultimately, it's about that commitment and focus downtown and another entity pulling in the same direction as you. The auditorium district, we know again, some things happened as this process unfolded in terms of what this particular component looked at, but we tried our best to try to find places where, hey, what can an auditorium, where can it be? What are the opportunities? And I think we were able to definitely take a good look at a couple of them and make a case for where they might go. I really think this is one of those where, again, setting Meridian apart. I mean, you're a town, I'm saying that flippantly, a city of 130,000 people, 140,000 people, right? And so a place for concerts, a place for people to perform, and state of the art, right? I think you deserve that, and so this is what that's about. The implementation component, just kind of getting to the last few slides here. We tried to take this as much as we could and break it up into different categories. Those categories aligned with the deliverables of our project. So whether it's through the city and the development services group, parking and mobility, and on and on and on. We tried to come up with some tables that we thought were useful. We separated them out by, again, topic, specific subject, the action, when might we have a short-term, long-term, and this is honestly a swag, right? This is our best guess that, hey, these are what we think are what could be those short-term things that you go after here might be who the lead agency is. None of it is written in stone per se. There's lots of changes that are going to occur and the disagreements, agreements that are going to take place naturally in order of who leads, who doesn't lead. But ultimately, it's hopefully a bit of an opportunity to see what that looks like, and is again, all of it subject to change. Some of the initial action steps that we discussed in the plan, had some discussion with staff about, certainly had staff with or some discussions with the MDC board as well, are some of those things of what might go first. How do we start? What are we doing? Right? We know that the private sector is going to continue to come to you, so we're confident in that, but what else can be done along the way? And this was our attempt at trying to answer that question. Again, that human experience, for example, the fun part of things, that can be done relatively quick. And set aside yourself, and ask yourself, what's missing from the valley, right? Who's getting it right? Who's not getting it right? We know that obviously people talk about Indian Creek, especially this time of year, right? Christmas is coming up. They're doing a great job. Doesn't mean there might not be opportunity for Meridian to do its own version, or maybe you go in a different direction. I'm totally biased, and I'm going to give you something that I hope you run with. I hope you run with Halloween, because nobody's doing Halloween, and you got a trunk or treat that's successful. People love to be outside in early October, right? It's still warm enough, and you've got spaces to do it. Nobody's doing that, right? How do you celebrate, in this instance, an opportunity? That's just my 2 cents. Some other things, for example, expanding the Old Town zoning. I know that might sound easy. It's not, right? But here's the deal. If the objective is, which our objective was, to go from the freeway to Fairview as what we envision to be downtown, then do you utilize the zoning code that does right now function as what has been your downtown zone? Do you extend that out? Because to the south, your zoning is commercial. Fair enough. Do you want it to stay that way? Or do you want to have more of a mixture of uses? Do you want to invite residential components to it, right? And be more indicative of what we envision in the Old Town. So our charge was that, might not necessarily be 100% of what you're thinking, but in order to achieve that, we felt like, hey, this is a pretty good code, so run with it and extend it and get a broader swath of area under that, so that we get an area that basically develops sort of like the Old Town area from the freeway to Fairview. Memorializing the parking strategies. This is one of those where in that document, there are a series of action steps. It doesn't, again, have to be ironclad. It can be, hey, it's subject to budget, it's subject to timing, staffing, totally and completely understandable. I will say your staff in the parking realm particularly was pretty positive about what came about and was welcoming a lot of the ideas for what it's worth. But there's some decisions that have to be made in that particular realm. The promotion of ADUs and infills, you know, everybody talks about housing, right? It's been the subject du jour for the last 10, 15 years. And so how do we accelerate that in any way possible to get more housing in the places that we want? And then going back to ACHD, again, it was a coinciding issue. They were doing their neighborhood plan as the same time we were. We did work with them, had a lot of good feedback. But as you would imagine, hoping to go back and say, hey, we have some additional things that we hope you'd consider. So that's where we are on that. And then, as I mentioned, the Coal Valley Christian component. So the last step here is we tried to game plan this in terms of, okay, what's the batting order to get this thing across the finish line? The MDC board took their vote and they supported it unanimously. But we need you to feel comfortable with it and hopefully agree to it as much as and as willing to, at the very least, move forward and say, yeah, this is an agreeable plan. It might not be 100% in line with what everybody's thinking, but it's to a point where it's agreeable. And so that's why in part we're in front of you today, not seeking for you to bless it. We are simply seeking, what next steps do you think need to happen? We know there needs to be a conversation likely with Planning and Zoning Commission. We know there needs to be a conversation with ACHD and their staff as well. And we're potentially anticipating that you might want to have more conversation about the parking component and maybe the design review elements. And so we're prepared to do that at a later date of your choosing. So with that, I have 30 extra seconds. How about that? But I'd love to first of all answer any questions that you have, field as many as we can. And if I can't, certainly Ashley and maybe Philip can do so, but get some direction from you and let you carry on your evening. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, maybe it's just some feedback, just some initial feedback. I read the plan. It's a tremendous body of work. It's very obvious how many resources went into it. I think to do it justice, we need to have a series of meetings because I think it's really important that we share the vision. I'm not sure I'm there on a couple of components. You know, and I just kind of wanted to open up the discussion how we could kind of efficiently do that. I think there are a number of different approaches. We could always take sections of your plan and discuss them. We could do it geographically. We could do it by subject, as you mentioned, right? I think parking could be a separate meeting, as just one example. But I think to properly align together, we're going to need to divide this into a series of meetings that are more digestible. That's just my initial feedback. You know, and then there are also kind of high level, I think, discussions that we need to have. The downtown URD is sunsetting, and we have, I think, to balance the vision for downtown with our budgetary constraints in the near term and medium term. And so I think there's just a lot to discuss. So I kind of just wanted to open up that discussion of how do we want to go about the work? How, you know, how does council feel like it should be organized? But that's just, you know, I could pick any topic and we could spend 45 minutes on that one topic. So that's kind of what I wanted to start with, was just kind of opening that question up for the group.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I tend to agree with Councilmember Strader. This, a little bit like a city strategic plan. It's a big elephant. I need to eat some bites at a time. Chris, first, thanks, man. And your enthusiasm for the work is just, it's infectious. I appreciate that you've helped kind of lead some of these efforts, and appreciate you kind of us walking through it tonight. I don't know if this question is for you or Ashley. Has the MDC board formally adopted what is before us tonight?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember, yes, they have. We went to them, I think it's been, I want to say 6-8 weeks. I don't remember exactly given. But they did hear it. They've been part of the process and being a sounding board, and they did adopt it unanimously. But I will add, they also were told, expect some changes. Expect some things that are still going to need to be massaged out, and expect us to come back with a draft that's a bit different than what it is. But conceptually, big picture, they were in agreement and alignment. And I wanted to add, if I can, one thing, and I neglected to say this at the beginning. Through our process, as I mentioned, you had a couple of council members on the MDC board who were part of this and had regular updates. And then as we went through draft stages, many members of your staff and a few council members, I believe, also had a chance to provide comments as well. And we did our best to try to take all of those comments and address them as we saw fit. Many good ones, sometimes competing comments, as you would imagine. But this draft is a result of that as well. So I just want to make sure to get that.
Mr. Mayor, maybe a follow-up.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Maybe Mr. Mayor or Caleb, how much time has the planning department had to sit with this? Are there comments from the planning department as well? Are you still working on formulating those? Help me get kind of caught up as to where the staff is on the process.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, members of council. Yeah, Ashley was nice enough actually to invite me in particular to be on the selection committee. So Mr. Danley was part of a team that worked on this project and was ultimately selected. So we've been involved, engaged even to some degree, kind of off and on over the last roughly 2 years. Yeah. I was given an advance copy of the draft. We made some pretty substantive changes. Some of those, like Mr. Danley mentioned, you know, maybe some of them competed with some of what he heard from the community members. But I will acknowledge and respect that he did make quite a few of those changes where it's like, hey, we have code and policies that speak to this and this conflicts with it. So I think they did a very good job of considering at least some of the comments. Maybe even just at a higher level, we have kind of stood back though as city staff for the most part, but we have been somewhat available. I realize that comment is sort of a little bit contradictory in and of itself, but that was sort of our approach, was let your process play out, bring this to council, we'll see what you latch on to. But we were kind of there as a filter of sorts to say, you know, just to check in to some degree. But to answer your question more directly, again, I did review a draft, changes were made, and I've seen and am generally familiar with the adopted document. I will just say maybe just one more thing. One of the things we've had some concern about, and I know that's not why Ashley and Chris are here today. I really like at least the first two comments we've gotten from council members. We think there's some good stuff in here as staff, and I'm not speaking for everybody, but I sort of am, right? There's certainly some pieces we want to latch onto and build on. There's some where I'm kind of questioning lukewarm on too. So my thought right now is I'm not necessarily a big fan of adopting this by reference and taking the whole thing on as a city. Not totally opposed to that, but until we go through some of this and really understand the implications to code, is this really what is in the best interest of the city? I, to some degree, question that and don't want to necessarily, again, have two documents that conflict with each other policy-wise. This may be in the best interest of MDC, who is a part of the city, certainly, as far as their geographical location, but again, I've reviewed this. Other staff members are generally, familiar with it. Mr. Miles has been part of it. I can't speak to if he read every word of the plan or not, but he was given a copy as well. Councilman Overton was one of the 2 council members I know that was on the parking subgroup. So he's been participating, but as far as staff goes, just a pretty limited amount of city staff thus far. That was sort of our direction and the way we approached this from the outset.
Councilman Kavner, I think maybe one of the questions that would be good, I think, for everyone involved is council wanting to come to an alignment on a document that can be passed by both bodies in agreement, or are there pieces in here that you say, thank you, MDC, you've approved it, but we're going to go work on these ones specifically, as compared to having a document that both bodies adopt? Because that's going to be a lot of back and forth, I think, for Chris and MDC, if that's the outcome, as compared to having council identify the areas that they would like to explore further and staff identify the areas they'd like to explore further, and say thank you to MDC for providing this, and then moving that forward, as compared to trying to get into alignment specifically on certain elements. Because obviously MDC can always come and present in any elements or participate. But I think that's one of the questions that is like, what does the process look like? And for the record, I wasn't there when this was voted on. I really wasn't part of the process. I kind of came in that context. So I don't have much personally invested in this work product. So I can't even speak to it in that context.
Maybe, Mr. Mayor, just maybe talking out loud, I'm hoping maybe we can foster a little bit of a conversation. I think aspirationally, yes, I would hope that we could hope to work towards the city council and the MDC are adopting a similar document. It is, to me, a left hand, right hand working together. There are some elements, right, that MDC has flagged for staff that have provided some perspective. I think certainly as we mull through this, we likely will have some other concerns or questions, things that we may need some clarification on, or a differentiation in terms of vision. But I think that we need to figure that piece out. If we could work towards adopting this, I'm supportive of that. But obviously that's not something that we'd be able to work towards tonight. And I don't know if we could even be able to work towards that this year. Again, kind of talking out loud, I think that for me, things that I would want us to maybe think about is, okay, where are the differentiations between planning staff and the adoption of MDC? Where council differentiate between MDC, whereas council differentiate from staff? And maybe take them in, I don't know, sections by sections or sections by sections over the next few weeks and months, with maybe giving council an ability to kind of prioritize, hey, I really want to talk about Old Town right now, or I really want to talk about parking standards right now. And that we could build at least a priority list, communicate to MDC. This is kind of the bites of the elephant that we want to take in order, and then calendar that out over the next few weeks and months. But that's at least kind of where I'm sitting, reacting to kind of the information tonight. Not saying that's how we have to take it on, but I do think a more thoughtful, segmented approach is probably best for us.
Agreed. And I think the question is, this a 1 year trying to come together on elements? And again, what's the real value? Is the value of the plan, or is the value of the things that we want to adopt that are in the plan? And that's kind of where I was kind of going to, is it really more about, let's just identify the areas and work on those that we want to work on? Or is it that we want to come to an agreement with words in the document with MDC's board? Because those are two very different components in a lot of ways.
I might interject, Mr. Mayor and Council, just FYI, because of the nature of an MDC's desire, again, to try to get this over the finish line, we are prepared to have those conversations. We didn't necessarily have every single piece of what this game plan might look like moving forward. Try to take a bit of a guess, but just to reassure you, there are opportunities to come back should you want to, whether it's topical, geographic, whatever the concern is, but to have a bit more of an in-depth conversation on a few things. So that was anticipated. And so if that's the direction that you choose to go, then MDC and ourselves are prepared to do that. But if you choose a different way, then that's your prerogative as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I'm a proponent of I would like us to try to adopt the same plan. Like I'd like us to try to get alignment on the plan and really dive into it like piece by piece. I think that would provide a better outcome if we had that level of alignment. And I also think that there are elements of this plan that are very valuable that if they were adopted by our city council, it could be leveraged in other areas of the city. I thought there were some really innovative things in here. So I'm more of a proponent of going like really deep into this piece by piece, taking the time that I think is warranted for something as in-depth as this is. Like I really think that makes sense. I think we could always prioritize our discussions. There are some components that I think, might be easier to get our arms around than others. So we could talk about how to kind of prioritize. Again, we could go take the plan section by section and have discussions and sort of see where that goes. We could then identify, areas to kind of go into more depth. But I definitely think I would love to see the city council adopt the plan or try to. I just think, and I like to have a higher level of control, and I know that about myself, so I respect others as well if others have a very different view, but I always like to have a high level of control, and I feel like that's the best way to go about it, is to try to work together really closely and adopt the plan. That would be my preference.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
Chris, just a quick question and first I commend you for the product that you've
Thank you.
pulled together to date and extensive public input and focus groups and talking to tons and tons.
Your old baby.
So I get that. And what I sense from you is, at least when you presented this and it was approved by MDC, in a sense, you told them the ink is not dry on this. There may be changes coming back once the council has a chance to do this. But to some degree, you've wrapped this up and put a bow on it and said, for this point in time, here's where we are. And now we as a council have an opportunity to unwrap it and see if we like it. Where does the public play in that process? Do they wait until we rewrap it and put another bow on it? Or is there a public element that is parallel to what we're going to be doing, sounds like, for the next year or so?
Mayor, council member, I don't know that I have the perfect answer for that, but I would say that the first part of your question is absolutely correct. The premise of it, which is, this is precisely what we told the MDC board, which was, here's where we are. We think we've got something pretty good. We had a lot of feedback, as you pointed out, and for the most part, fairly agreeable. But we also know that there's going to be some things that are going to be tweaked, particularly because of how it's implemented. And we know that MDC has some authority in terms of how things can be implemented, specifically on investing and those types of stuff within their authorities. However, you clearly have a lot of the authority in order to give the gasoline to this engine to make it go. And so we'd be silly to not obviously have the city of Meridian adopt this and take it and run with it, because if it's going to actually occur, you're going to be a major player in terms of the implementation component. So we want the city to be comfortable with it and have its say, and hopefully come to an agreeable place. Now, with respect to the public, my answer on that is I think I'm gonna tag Caleb a little bit on this, because I'm gonna guess that there may be some components or some element where there might be a public hearing opportunity, specifically as it gets closer to the finish line for adoption, but don't hold me to that. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Caleb.
Yeah, So again, in my head, and we'll, however directed, I mean, we can look at rewrapping the gift and putting a bow on it and adopting it as part of the city owning it, right? Just back to the public involvement piece, I think it, for some of that, to me, comes back to, depends on the element. For example, the design standards downtown, we will have to do some outreach with targeted stakeholders, and that level of effort is different than when you're talking about parking changes. And the downtown design standards, if we do something like this, we're standing up subcommittees and talking about form-based code, and there's a real effort there with, again, targeted stakeholders first, and then a broader audience of the public that then will go through our regulated public hearings, planning and zoning commission. You're changing city code. That is going to be a separate standalone public involvement process for that element. Whether that ties back into this and we also adopt this, we haven't gotten that far about what that looks like. Same thing though, if you adopt it as part of your comprehensive plan, we got to go to our planning and zoning commission at a notice public hearing, allow people to comment on it. So I think it depends on, again, what council directs and latches onto. We'll sort of say, okay, it's this type of a public involvement is appropriate, and that'll be done in concert with, other folks to determine what that is. But, yes, public involvement, again, kind of depending on what comes first here, if we're going to adopt the plan and then adopt, implement pieces of the plan, or implement pieces of the plan and then adopt.
And I think that's a great way to put it, like say, what do you want to have accomplished by when? What's relevant tomorrow versus what's relevant later? And, what gets into code versus what's in the plan. I mean, I think those are two big different things too, because we want our code to be a reflection of what we expect the development community to do. Interpretation of stuff that's in a plan that doesn't have the same impact as code is not as relevant. It has value, but it's not code. And I think those are the things that would be good to hear on all these topics. I mean, I think, yeah, we can go through and identify what do people think, et cetera. Which ones do you just want to start working on? As compared to going in alignment on language, then going back out to the community to try to go through a public process all over again. So there's a lot of moving pieces and parts compared to, you could just adopt the plan and put it on the shelf and say, thank you, and then go start working on things. Yeah, I know, I was being facetious, Councilman Kavner, but, how much time do you want to invest in the plan versus the things in the plan? And where do you want to reside for some? And some elements are a lot more timely than others. The downtown parking, when MDC sunsets and we've got financial agreements with other people that we're paying for parking, and that goes away, and we want that money to do other things, or do you want parking to remain as part of that long-term outcome of those relationships? Those have budget implications here in the next couple of years quite heavily, potentially.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
I guess I am echoing the comments that have already been made. Kind of sounds like we want to break this up, but I'm wondering whether Chris and Ashley want to decide how we prioritize which parts we see first. Which parts are the biggest haul that involve the most work by city staff as well as us. I work directly on the parking committee. As a matter of fact, I worked on your parking committee 10+ years ago.
You did.
But that doesn't mean that I sat down and shared that information with any other council members at the time, because we were just developing it. So it's all brand new to you guys when we hear it. And I still think that needs to be broken up piece by piece. We've been working on this for so long. I don't want us to feel rushed to do this quickly. We want to make sure what we do is we get it right.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember, I'm guessing, and hopefully they agree, we can certainly have that discussion with city staff, of course, there as well, to come up with maybe what that looks like. I don't know if Caleb, if that ends up you sort of running it up the flagpole to see those strategies we come up with are agreeable, and then start to put timetables to it. I'm probably putting words in the chaos now, so I'll just be quiet.
Well, and I would also like council to weigh in. I would like council to provide to Caleb, what are the issues that are most interesting to you that you would like to, how would you like to go through this? give him your feedback and the importance of the issues so that he can help navigate that along with MDC, with Chris and Ashley and others, just to prioritize what comes back and when and how, and put together a plan so we understand, are we talking 5 apples or 20 apples? You know, that way, even from a time and work level expectation.
Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
I always have an opinion, so, but I think on this, I really would like to go through each section of the plan together, as a group and try to divide it. Like I said, it could be divided geographically, it could be divided by section. I could understand prioritizing parking as like the first issue, just because it is a hot button issue. It's very topical, feels like something we could get our arms around. I would be okay with prioritizing that as like our first subject area if we wanted to dive into that. But I would not feel comfortable just saying, I'm gonna just choose 5 things out of the plan to discuss. I would like to discuss the whole plan because I rarely found a section of the plan that I did not have some sort of feedback on. I'm just being open of how I'm looking at it. But we could certainly, if it's like if the advice from folks is like, we have a lot of timing related concerns around parking, which is part of what I just heard. That seems like it makes sense to be like one of the first areas that we would focus on. And then maybe after that, we could focus on each sub area. We could take some time to talk about the design elements as a whole. I think those could be discussed together. I do have an overarching, as I already stated, I have an overarching budgetary concern around future urban renewal districts. And I think it's really important for us to get feedback from our finance department around the plan and around how urban renewal is potentially impacting us going forward within our budget. So that's some work I think that would need to happen as kind of a larger topic area. I just kind of wanted to flag early. We could, so and like even within each element, it could be like, hey, we'd love to talk about the whole rail corridor element of the plan, for example. We could have a meeting on that. I mean, if we feel like we could collapse certain items together, I'm open to that. But I really do want to go through the whole plan together. That's just me, but.
I hope, I wasn't suggesting you only had to choose 5. I was just saying, how would you like to go through the plan? And identify the ones that are most important to you, but you've heard, she wants to go chapter by chapter. And so, but everyone should be able to weigh in on what they think is relevant and see how you want to do it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman
I
Kavner.
think that makes sense. I think it's going to be a little bit of a lengthy process. I think that we should be thinking probably in a 6 to 7 month range. If we're taking kind of a chunk of this every month, perhaps we discuss, maybe Mayor and I and council can discuss different council members taking on a section and maybe helping to kind of be a liaison for kind of vetting some of those things out, maybe interacting with the administrator of MDC, working with staff, some of those things, maybe to help accelerate this process up here to make it a little bit smoother. So I'm open, Mayor, to having a conversation with you as part of an agenda setting, maybe building a plan that we could then circulate back to council and MDC so that they can be aware. And I know that we try to meet with them jointly at least once a year. Perhaps, the conclusion of our process would maybe make for good sense for us to do a joint meeting with them to provide our findings and maybe have a good collaboration conversation with them as well.
I'm happy to do that. I still would like council to provide feedback because Caleb and his team have to be part of the planning process, what works. And so I think it'd be good for him to get an impression, because I have no idea. There may be sections of this plan, they say from their opinion, that's a non-starter. So we're gonna, what's the ROI for that conversation? So if we can at least provide feedback directly to Caleb on your thoughts on what should be done and what time, and we can include Caleb in the conversation about what it can look like moving forward.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Will Roberts.
I pretty much echo the comments that I've heard already. Chris, thank you very much for your presentation and appreciate all the work that has gone into it. I was honestly surprised with your positive comments about space for parking, because that's not the feedback that I've received from a lot of our know, neighbors, especially for downtown. So I would definitely want to put parking number one, because I think that needs some really healthy discussion to make sure we are all on the same page to make it most efficient for our residents and people that are coming to downtown as we've got growing businesses. So, and I would probably want to prioritize Old Town because we've had a lot of things going there regarding our discussions, but that's just my take on the order of things at this point. So, thank you.
Okay, so my request by next Friday, try to get something to Caleb, and then with that information, we can have a separate conversation.
I'll start
Sure,
touching
they're
base
after.
with folks and get something together, sent over to staff. Thanks, Mayor.
All right,
All right, thank you so much.
thank you.
Chris, nice seeing you, man. Thank you.
Okay, Council, we've reached the end of our meeting. Do I have a motion?
Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
where do we adjourn our workshop?
Motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
I
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is November 12th, 2024, at 6:01 PM. We'll begin this evening's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next time is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. We had no one sign up for under the community invocation, so we will move on to adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
no changes this evening, so I move we adopt the agenda as presented.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next time much is a proclamation. Is Mindy here? Mindy? Yes, I was looking. Okay, well, good. We'll go ahead and come on down to a proclamation. No, council, so this is, yesterday we were able to celebrate Veterans Day, and this time of year, we also do a lot of stuff promoting our businesses. Chamber of Commerce, Small Business Saturday is coming up amongst other things, but tonight we're here specifically to celebrate Veterans and Spouse Small Business Week. So with that, I'll read the proclamation and turn over for any comments you have. Whereas nearly 1 out of 10 small businesses across the United States is veteran-owned and are a pillar of our economy and contribute to the foundation of our nation, from Main Street storefronts to virtual high-tech startups. And whereas veteran and spouse small business owners are resilient, disciplined, and mission-oriented thanks to their military service and commitment to serving our country and communities. And whereas when we resolve ourselves to strengthen the communities, we must empower and support the giants that veteran and spouse entrepreneurs are in the economy. And whereas Idaho Veteran and Small Business Week highlights the programs and services available to veteran and spouse entrepreneurs through so many resource partners at the state and federal level. And whereas the state of Idaho and the city of Meridian support and join in this national effort to help America's veterans and spouse small businesses start, grow, and recover from businesses after disaster and help our communities thrive. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simison, hereby proclaim November 11th through 17th, 2024 as Veterans and Spouse Small Business Week in the city of Meridian. Call upon the citizens to join me in recognizing and celebrating the veteran-owned businesses in our community today, this 12th day of November, 2024. So on behalf of the city of Meridian, please accept this proclamation on our behalf.
I want to thank you for being such a great supporter. From the very beginning, you've been such a great advocate for our services and what we're doing across, the state of Idaho, especially in this area. We really appreciate everything that you've done to support our initiatives and our navigation services that we offer for veterans and their family for free. We're a 501c3 and we provide navigation resources, and that's for veteran aligned, veteran parallel, veteran adjacent, people that are also looking to connect with the military community that aren't military attached themselves. So shop small, shop local, shop veteran. We have a really, really great member directory on our website, idahoveterans.org, where you can locate and find veteran-owned businesses wherever you happen to be shopping in Meridian or across the state of Idaho. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Next item up is public forum. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, and then with that, we will move on to our action items this evening. First item up, item 2 is a public hearing for proposed 2025 Lakeview Golf Course fee schedule of the Meridian Parks and Recreation Department. Open this public hearing with staff comments from Mr. White.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thanks for having me tonight. The fees in front of you were presented by Steve Siddaway, our director, on October 22nd for your guys' recommendations and feedback. So really the fees in front of you tonight are those fees that include an updated senior, reflect the greens fee adjustments. And overall, the greens fee adjustments and everything else were really to bring us up to, as just to recap, bring us up to the middle of everybody else of the comparables that we had. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Just real quick, I know we've got a very vocal and enthusiastic set of fans at the golf course. I assume anytime somebody whispers Lakeview and Meridian, that group hears about it. So any feedback from that group about what was proposed, or were there any changes as a result of any of the feedback they offered?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, thanks for the question. To my understanding, Ryan, our golf pro out there, has been communicating all these changes and potential changes coming to them. And the feedback that Ryan has given me, that they all kind of expect it. It's not out of the ordinary and it's fair, I would say, if that makes any sense. Thanks for the question.
Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
Garrett, just maybe appreciation by making it easier for some of us older folks. I noticed weekday senior 9 holes. You've rounded it out so that I can just write a check for $30. And that includes the tax instead of $29.68. That makes the math in the checkbook work a little bit easier for me. So thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
Well, good. Well, thank you, Garrett. And I don't suppose you want to answer which one of your daughters did this to you.
I wish I had a really good story, but no.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any sign up to provide testimony on the side?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Is there anybody present who would like to come forward and provide testimony on this public hearing? Or if you're online, you can use the raise your hand feature. Seeing no one raising their hand and no one coming forward, council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
Mayor, I move we close the public hearing on the proposed 2025 Lakeview Golf Course fee schedule.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there a discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is closed. Next item up is item 3, resolution 24-2489.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve agenda item number 3, resolution 24-2489, a resolution adopting the 2025 legislative golf course fees. I may have jumped the gun there.
And do I have a second?
I thought I heard a second.
Okay, I did not hear that. Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve resolution 24-2489. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. With that, we'll move on to item 4, which is public hearing for Epic Shine at Overland, H 2024-0056. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, next item on the agenda is the public utility and easement vacation for Epic Shine Car Wash. The site consists of 1.69 acres of land zone CG located at 151 West Overland Road. The applicant is requesting to vacate a portion of the 10-foot permanent easement for public utilities, pressurized irrigation, and lot drainage encumbering subject lots 2 and 3, block 1 of the Medina subdivision. These easements were established as part of the approved final plat for Medina subdivision. Currently, the existing car wash is constructed over the platted easement, which was assumed to have been adjusted with the approval of the property boundary adjustment in 2021. However, per the UDC, a property boundary adjustment does not vacate any public utility easements created through the subdivision process. Vacating the easements will bring the existing car wash into conformance. Relinquishment letters were received from Lumen, CenturyLink, Intermountain Gas, Nampa Meridian Irrigation District, and Idaho Power for the portion of the easement proposed to be vacated. Staff is recommending approval and has received written testimony from the applicant, Tamara Thompson, in support for the staff report and recommendation. I'll stand for any questions at this time.
Thank you, Nick. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant here? Would you like to make any comments? Okay, applicant waives and says that they agree with all the terms and conditions. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, is there anybody present who would like to provide testimony on this item, either in the room or online? Seeing no one coming forward and no one raising their hand.
Sure.
Does the applicant waive any final comments? Applicant waives any final comments? Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move we close the public hearing on item 4.
Second.
Motion and second to close the public hearing on item 4. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I move that we approve the vacation request for Epic Shine, application number H-2024-0056, as presented in the staff report tonight.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item H 2024-0056. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh. Little Roberts.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strater. Whitlock.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Next item is item 5, a public hearing continuing from September 17th, 2024 for Timber Creek Recycling, H 2024-0032. We will continue this public hearing with any comments from staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This project was heard by City Council on the 17th of September and continued to tonight's hearing in order for the applicant to come up with an accelerated timeline to eliminate the processing of waste-activated sludge and other problematic materials, including building materials that are creating silica dust, to alleviate health impacts to surrounding neighbors in as short a time frame as possible. The public hearing was left open in order to accept public testimony on the new information that's presented at tonight's hearing. Since the last hearing, the applicant has met with the neighbors and, based on testimony presented at the council meeting and feedback from the neighbors, came up with a phased transition plan for the next 3 years for all operations to be completed by December 2027. The plan focuses on the following issues: odor, dust, volume, and accountability, and proposes a timeline for addressing these issues. An amended proposed development agreement was also submitted based on the phased transition plan and recommendations from the legal department. The applicant is here tonight to provide testimony, and staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff at this time? Okay, then will the applicant like to come forward? Could you say your name and address for the record, please?
Caleb Lakey, 16933 Northside Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you again for the opportunity to be here tonight. Appreciate the opportunity to come back and present to you our plan, accelerated plan for vacation of our current operations in Meridian. We appreciate again the opportunity and feel we have a solid plan to present to you tonight and talk through and certainly answer any of your questions. You may recall I spoke last time. I do work directly for the owner of the company, Mr. Meridian, as his vice president of Timber Creek Recycling. I'm an environmental engineer by degree, and I think what we're doing is really interesting and fascinating. So I'm happy to represent that. Our intent is to fully transition our composting operation from Meridian to Nampa. We want to maintain a continuity of operations as we do so, and certainly implement any additional control measures we can do to make that as seamless and as minimize any impacts from that process. So what I'd like to cover tonight is simply, what we heard, both what we took away from this council, what we took away from other interactions with neighbors and other property owners, what we've heard from regulatory agencies, what we've accomplished since we last met with you, and then I'd like to summarize our plan and make sure that there's clarity on what we intend to do and how we intend to do that. We, as we mentioned last time, we need a runway out of this property. We recognize that what we're doing at Timber Creek, albeit a valuable amenity to the community and waste restoration in the valley, it's not compatible with the forward planning of the city of Nampa, or city of Meridian, excuse me. and the land development in the area. So we recognize that. And last time we were here, we talked about a 5-year plan. We mentioned a 3-year plan. We've come back tonight, as staff pointed out, with a 3-year plan to get ourselves fully decommissioned off that site. I'd like to point out to the council, though, that within our plan, we're really proposing within 2 years to have stopped receiving any of the cheese WAS, which is one of the most contentious items that we receive at our property, even ourselves, the final year to decommission, move any remaining inventory offsite, et cetera. We did also rescind from our DA. So to be clear, we're proposing December 31st of 2027 as our termination date in the modified DA. Also, we rescinded our request to delete the accepted materials, which was noted in the DA. And we also rescinded our request to remove the truckload limit. And I think that may have been overlooked in the staff report, but that also has been taken out of the DA. So we're no longer requesting that. And we added section 9.5 talking about penalties, and I'll discuss that a little bit further in my presentation tonight. So what did we hear? And this mirrors what you'll see in our plan. These were the 4 big topics. There was concerns about dust. You heard testimony last time about dust. Concerns about odor, the volume of cheese WAS, the cheese WAS itself, a lot of discussion about that. And then lastly, about accountability and how we can develop a plan that would hold ourselves accountable and have check marks so that it wasn't in 3 years be gone and we get to 3 years and we say, well, we didn't quite make it. That there would be checkpoints along the way, milestones, if you will, opportunities to check in. Certainly we could check back in with his council if need be and provide updates on where we're at to see progress towards the ultimate goal of vacating the site. The dust and odor share that they're both nuisances. We understand that. We respect that concern. The dust, they asked for some increased control. On October 4th, we posted a sign at our scale house in Meridian that said effective October 31st, the end of October, we would no longer accept concrete, tile, brick, asphalt, et cetera, at our facilities. And we've done so. City code enforcement was on site earlier this week or last week and verified we have not received any concrete, tile, brick, et cetera, in the month of November, and that will continue. The odor, we have been working with the cheese plant on ways that we can modify the odor. We've really focused on trying to modify the odor at the source. We think that's the most effective way to do this. We've already done several odor mitigation factors on our site. We've worked through that as we have evolved into processing this material. We've been focused on how can we control the odor in the product itself before it even comes to our site, and I'll talk more about that. So there's been a change to our process in that regard. As far as cheese WAS volume, we have continued to divert cheese to our Nampa site. And I will talk more about that in our plan, and we opportunity to divert more of that as we move forward, and we have the capacity to do so responsibly, both environmentally and professionally, to move that product and take care of it for the supplier and for the valley here. And then accountability, I've talked about inspections, and I mentioned, and I'll talk more about, point you to section 9.5, where we have proposed penalties if we don't comply with the plan that we're proposing. In an effort to be transparent and hold ourselves accountable, we have proposed that in our DA. I do want to clarify, because there's been a lot of conversation about this WAS, the definition of the WAS, what the WAS means. I still see some comments. I reviewed some comments, public comments about what WAS is. WAS is a process. It's not a product. So that the cheese whey WAS is the waste activated sludge resulting from the cheese whey at the cheese factory. It's not toxic waste or nuclear waste. It's waste activated sludge, which is the result of that process, a biological process. The other is that the definition of industrial waste. If I was in a tortilla factory and had a tortilla in my hand and I dropped it on the floor of the factory, it would then be industrial waste from that process. So I think those terminologies of waste activated sludge and industrial waste have been used a lot. And by definition, they could be applicable, but I want to make sure there's clarity in what they can mean and what all they can encompass as we talk about this. So what have we accomplished since our last meeting? On the 17th, we had our public hearing. Shortly thereafter, on the 24th, we met with the Public Works Director of the City of Meridian to discuss what we heard in this hearing, comments that were talked about, what this could mean for the solid waste disposal system for Meridian, for recycling in Meridian, et cetera. Had a good meeting and appreciate her time. In the month of October, we were really busy. We started with a meeting with Meridian Code Enforcement on the 1st for a site tour. We also responded to a letter sent by the Central District Health. On the 2nd, 9th, 23rd, and 30th, we started a group with the Central District Health representatives, the Department of Environmental Quality, our consultants from Green Mountain Technology. We also had a representative from the Sorrento cheese plant periodically on these calls to talk about our progress, talk about what we're working on, what we're trying to get accomplished, and how that was influencing our plan and what we're putting forward. And we appreciate their participation in those meetings. On the 22nd, we did hold this voluntary meeting with our neighbors in the area and had feedback from them. That meeting was held at the Lyman College there and received their feedback. The 31st was the last day, as I mentioned earlier, for concrete, asphalt, and brick in Meridian. And then in November, again, we met with the same group to talk about progress. And then on the 7th, we met with code enforcement again back on site. So let's focus a little bit on the Cheese Way WAS and some highlights from this. Since our last meeting, we've diverted over 1,100 tons of cheese WAS to Nampa. There was two things have happened. Number one, we've been looking for efficiency. We talked about that last time, I believe, with this body about how can we get better. We're learning how to operate that pad as best as it can be operated. It is a flow-through system, so it can't take an unlimited amount, right? What goes on it processes across the pad, comes back out, and you're trying to catch your rhythm where you're getting stuff on the appropriate volume. It's cooking across the pad, it's coming off, you're screening it, and you're selling it. There's a whole process there. And a hiccup in any one of those processes can set everything back. If you can't get the process across the pad, you can't accept more product. So my point is that we've tried to refine that and get better about what expectations are, and we've found some efficiency there. We also have other products on that pad, and there was some space that opened up this last month, and we took the opportunity of that open space. We put more cheese on it. And so we were able to divert 1,100 tons to Nampa, and I think that's credible and notable. We did 3 what I would call formal odor investigations since we last met. Those were based off of complaints or observations where we responded out. We did a full site tour, looked at the weather, examined what contributing factors could be there, if there's more things we could do, and responded to that and documented that. I mentioned we worked with the Sorrento cheese plant to mitigate the odor at the source. They have spoken with their chemical supplier, Dubois, and they can source, I'll talk a little about this, the lime, the calcium hydroxide that we're using to mitigate the pH for the organic acids in our cheese WAS. They can source that through their chemical supplier, and they can find that in a liquid or powder form. The way it leaves the plant is through a screw press and up a conveyor into the back of a delivery truck, and they're very confident they can easily dose that in that screw press, which would then mix it on site, deposit it in the back of this trailer, and then by the time it got to our site, that material would have been treated with the lime, calcium hydroxide. And we think that would greatly help to reduce the odor on the site even further than we have reduced it already through our operations. This would be a reduction actually in the product itself. So we're excited about that. To expound on that, we did 5 what I call bucket tests. And I show a picture here of what that means. And that's simply we took to see how this product would respond to the lime, which was a recommendation from the Department of Environmental Quality. Lime is used in stabilization of biosolids. So they said, it's been used successfully other places. Let's use this with the cheese. So we did, we took a sample in a bucket, and we added a percentage by weight of lime to that bucket. I was there when the experiment was done all 5 times. And the change in the odor is immediate. So it doesn't eliminate the odor, but it modifies the odor greatly. And that's very encouraging to what could be done as we further refine this. So let me show you some of the results. We started on the 25th. We did 1% by weight in the bucket. Again, the effects were immediate on the odor. The starting pH of that bucket, remember 7 is neutral, so we're slightly on the acidic side. As we add that calcium hydroxide, we expect to create that a more basic scenario. And again, we're trying to neutralize those organic acids that are that are the source of the odor. You think about organic odors, the ones that really strike you and turn your nose. Think about a skunk, for example. You know that smell when you smell it, that organic compound there, it hits you. So those organic acids are what we're targeting by neutralizing those with the calcium hydroxide. We went up to a pH of 11.5. That's too basic for us. That's going to impact the way our compost behaves. Again, in composting, you want good bacteria in there. You want the stuff to make the compost happen. So that's too high. We came back, you see, we tried 0.5% and 1/4%. The 0.5% got us to 8.4, 1/4% only got us 7.3 and didn't mitigate the odor as much. So we're targeting 0.5%. You see we've done that 2 more times with very similar results. We plan to do that a few more times with the loads to demonstrate consistency with the loads that we're receiving, and then roll that into a pilot program of actually composting that product on a full scale and then moving forward to continued implementation. So we're very encouraged by these results and happy to share them with you. I'd like to conclude by just stepping through our transition plan with you. I know you received a copy of this, but I would like to make a few highlights for you tonight. Phase 1 to be completed by the end of this year. You see they're all marked in Q4. So stop regularly receiving cheese WAS on the weekends. Now I use the word regularly because as I mentioned to you earlier, there is some variability in capacity, in staffing on weekends, et cetera. So we did show that. Since we had this last meeting, there's only been one weekend where we've received cheese back in Meridian. So I'm confident we can continue to do that. Dust, as I mentioned, effective November 1st, no more concrete, asphalt, tile, porcelain, brick accepted in Meridian. And we'll continue our regular dust control as we always have. Volume, at least 25% of our inbound cheese WAS diverted from the Meridian site to the Nampa site on the existing infrastructure. And then accountability, presenting this transition plan to the Meridian City Council. You can see on the right, I've noted what percentage of the cheese WAS we can get diverted by the end of the year. So 25% in phase 1, end of this year. Phase 2, I mentioned earlier the pilot of this calcium hydroxide. So we're doing the bucket test now, going into a full scale pilot of that would be treating a whole load of the waste activated sludge coming from the cheese plant and then composting that. Keep in mind the compost process in Meridian is about a 90-day process. So you can see why I put Q1 and Q2 to accomplish that in Meridian. And then in Q2, make a decision and fully commit to additional odor control measures. Dust in Q1 of next year, we're not accepting any more product. We have a pile that needs to be crushed. There would be one more crushing in Q1 of 2025. That's a good time to crush. That's the wet season, helps mitigate the dust. We can also do additional dust control measures, but there would be one more crushing event and then completely done with any sort of concrete asphalt recycling. As far as volume goes, we will continue to work towards completion of the engineering on the new ASP pad in Q2. That additional ASP pad, the first of 2 to be added, so one of 2 under construction in Q3, and then moving an additional 25% of the cheese WAS to Nampa by the end of the year. So now you see a total of 50% by the end of next year, by the end of 2025, 50% of the cheese WAS diverted to Nampa. And accountability I show in every quarter, we're very amenable to a quarterly or more frequent, if you like, inspection by your code enforcement team. Phase 3 is by the end of 2026, ongoing cheese WAS odor controls with the successful implementation of that, continued regular dust all throughout the year, but no additional crushing. The volume, complete the same process, right? But this is for pad 2 of 2. So we have one pad now, we build in one next year, and the additional one the second year, significant investment in that to make that possible so that by the end of 2026, 100% of the cheese WAS is diverted to Nampa. And again, we continue with quarterly inspections. I would like to note to the council that, under our current DA, there's the expiration, you're well aware, the expiration of 2029 or the 1,000-foot trigger. Based on the development across the street, we anticipate that coming up in the next year. So we're asking for a year extension on that to finalize our completion of another pad. And then the final year, as I'll show you here on the last slide, is to decommission the site. And so notably, you'll see there's no cheese WAS there, regular dust operations. The volume is simply sale or transfer of the remaining inventory, movement of any of our infrastructure off the site. We have a screening plant there, small outbuilding, some other piece of equipment that we would be demobilizing, and then a final site walkthrough with the City of Meridian code enforcement. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we're excited about this plan. We think this is a reasonable, professional, responsible approach to how we can decommission this site with the material we have on site. And we really think this jives with several of the letters I read where there was proposals of a multi-phase approach or a multi-year approach. There was a proposal for a 2027 deadline even of April. We're pretty close to that where this is right here. That was from the development across the street, which is potentially even the trigger of this whole thing. So we are certainly interested in your feedback tonight and any questions you might have for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Caleb. Council, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
One thing I'm concerned about, so we've identified the WAS as being problematic and we've identified the basically construction materials as being problematic. Can you give me you've been pretty specific about what's going to happen with the WAS and with the construction materials, but could you give me a complete list of all of the materials in the meantime that would be accepted at this site? Whether it's like leaves, like what exactly could be accepted that's not in those two categories before you decommission your facility?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, Council Administrator, appreciate the question. I certainly can provide you a written list of all of our products, but as you started to mention there, leaves, grass, branches, tree trimmings, sheetrock, clean construction wood, so plywood, clean 2x4s. There's no, just again, to be clear, there's no biosolids, so no WAS, or AKA biosolids from a wastewater treatment plant are coming to the Meridian site. That's happening in Nampa because of the facility we have and the permitting we have there. So no biosolids are being accepted or will be accepted in Meridian and have not been accepted in Meridian. I already mentioned the concrete, all of the crushing activities would cease. There's an opportunity for a limited amount of food waste. So we're talking like lettuce, apples, bananas, waste produce, for example. I know I saw some pumpkins come through after Halloween. I think those are the big highlights. I can certainly provide a detailed list to you if you like, Councilwoman.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
This is helpful. I think ultimately for me to be comfortable, you would have to provide a list. And I think part of the reason is that the existing development agreement is not very specific. It refers to agricultural materials, which, as we have discovered, was not really a sufficient set of guardrails, in my opinion, for what's happening here. And I think we have a disagreement with me personally anyway, on the characterization of the WAS. So I kind of wanted to understand that. I believe Central District Health is one of your regulators, and I have a letter from them stating that it is an industrial waste and not an agricultural waste. Could you help me understand your perspective a little more on that? You kind of gave an example of somebody dropping like something in a factory, but help me understand that.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Schrader. So the example I gave was broadly a definition of an industrial waste is a waste from an industrial process. So the example I gave was if I was in a tortilla factory producing tortillas and I drop a tortilla on the floor, that's now waste. It's industrial waste from an industrial process. So when we talk about industrial waste, it's a broad category. So defining the WAS as an industrial waste from an industrial process, or is it a agricultural waste from an agricultural process? Is it coming from the Meridian cheese plant? Yes. Is that an industrial process? One could argue, yes, that's an industrial process. I don't think that definition changes the way we treat the material or how we handle it. My intent was to clarify that I think when we hear the term industrial waste, it can elicit other images of what industrial waste is. I just want to make the point that it can be a variety of things.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I understand. That's helpful. I think it would be good to know if there is a representative here from Central District Health or the Department of Environmental Quality. Okay, great. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure we'll come to you at some point to discuss a little bit. We're a land use agency in terms of how we're acting this evening. And I think what's tricky though is we have an intersection of different issues and a lot of concerns from the public around health. And so I'm just trying to just see who's in the room that we can kind of have different discussions with. Okay. Regarding your Lime addition, Mr. Mayor, do you mind if I continue to ask questions? Thank you. Regarding the addition of the lime, I understand the pH, but is there an objective way to measure odor? Is there, a way to do so in a scientific way? I'm just curious about how you would, at least what a couple of people's opinion would be about what type of odor reduction could be expected with this pilot. if you have any feedback about that.
Mr. Mayor, Council Administrator, this is the crux of really the debate, obviously, is what your nose smells and my nose smells may not be the same. And what's offensive to me may not be offensive to you. Certainly, there's extreme categories where that falls into the bucket. To be objective in this, to answer your question, there is a machine that's called a nasal ranger that literally is a machine that can quantify odor to an extent. I mean, it has its constraints, but it would be more objective than, me and you or me and anybody else saying, well, I smell this and what do you smell? And the possibility of being able to document if there's a reduction in that odor. As you transition, as you push that pH up, you're going to create more ammonia. And so ammonia has an odor to it. The difference is that ammonia it doesn't last long in the environment. It tends to dissipate very quickly. And so that's another reason why we don't want to push the pH too high and create an over amount of ammonia, but we are transitioning from the organic acids to the ammonia. So your question was about, can we quantify it? We believe there is some technology to do that. There is some constraints and some variability in that, but is that better than a debate of noses? I would say yes.
Just one more, Mr. Mayor, you explained that there may be an inconsistency between the staff report and the red line to the development agreement in terms of what you feel you have agreed to. You said that you are in agreement to remove the request for the change to the limitation on the amount of truckloads that could come to the site. And then you named one other item, but I did not catch that. Would you mind going over that again real quick?
Mayor, Council Administrator. So I pointed out that we did rescind our request to delete the list of acceptable materials. So we had asked previously to delete that list and go with what is acceptable through DEQ and CDH. So we left the list as was previously dictated. You made a great comment about further expanding that list potentially to very clearly state what is currently accepted, and that's the list. And the other red line was that previously we had asked to remove the truckload limit, which is 56 truckloads a day. We verbally rescinded that last meeting. We rescinded that from our red lines, and you'll see that in our proposed DA, but it didn't make it into the staff report. At least from my review, I didn't see that in the staff summary. So I wanted to highlight that to you, that we were not requesting that to be removed any longer. I did see that comment in some public comment as well, and I want to make sure that was clear. That we're not expanding operations. We're not asking for more truckloads. We already track the truckloads. Every truck that comes in goes across our scale. The type of waste that's being deposited is quantified and qualified, and then that truck counts there. I will point out that it is very clear in our operations plan that is, or excuse me, our DA, that is large trucks. So it's not vehicle count, it's large truck count, 10 yards or larger, which is a typical dump truck.
Thank you. I'll noodle on that for a little bit. I may have some additional questions later. Thanks.
Council, additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
thank you for the presentation. And again, just to clarify, you have stopped receiving the concrete and brick and tile and porcelain, and you intend, if this is approved, to only have one more crushing cycle or episode, I guess. Describe for me what that cycle looks like. How long is it? And you mentioned during the winter months, it's the wet months, and so it helps keep some of the dust down. But one more crushing, I just need some guardrails around a timeline for that.
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Whitlock, thank you. So we own and operate a mobile crushing unit. It's a tracked unit. And so we mobilize that unit on site with an excavator, with a thumb to feed that machine. Based on the size of that pile, that's going to be a week or two of crushing activities, which is during regular operating hours. They start the crusher. The crusher does have an onboard dust suppression system where we can connect that to a water system, and it basically has a spray bar inside that tries to help suppress the dust. The struggle with concrete is that you can spray water on concrete all day long, but as soon as you crack it, it's dry, right? It doesn't absorb any water. So you're continuously adding water to the process. We have in the past staged a water truck with a water cannon or an outside water sprinkler and just continue to dust or sprinkle the whole operation. So to answer your question, we're looking at about probably, I'd say, a week or two of crushing. Now we mobilizing on site. We don't have a stationary crusher on site. It's not something we continuously do. Even before the city council hearing last time, we accumulate the pile. That crusher is out on other job sites doing the same thing. It mobilizes to our site for internal work. It's on site for a couple weeks. It's back out working for other people. So in a typical cycle, maybe we were in there twice a year, but it's not a daily or a weekly or monthly activity. We're talking quarterly, semi-annually at best to be in there crushing. And so it'll be one more episode like that. Does that answer your question, Councilman?
It does. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just a couple quick questions at this point. When the development agreement was first approved by the previous council, how much of what you're processing today were you originally processing?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councilman, I don't know that I'm the best person to answer that question. I did not work for the company at that time, and I can't definitively answer your question. I'd have to get back to you or invite someone else to answer the question for you.
Someone can answer that later. That'd be fine. It doesn't have to be answered right now. Second question, Mr. Mayor, follow-up. Who officially defines whether it's agricultural waste or industrial waste, where we seem to have almost a standoff on who defines what it is? What's the official agency that when they say what this is, that's what it is?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councilman Overton, again, I don't know that I'm the best resource to answer that question for the agencies. We have an operations plan approved by the Department of Environmental Quality, but the Department of Central District Health works in close partnership with the Department of Environmental Quality, especially on these odor investigations, et cetera. So that might be a question better suited for their explanation. I don't feel like I'm the appropriate person to answer them. Apologize.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Lakey, we'll have additional questions for you after the public hearing. Because you brought up the regulatory side of Central District Health, I did want to at least give you and your client an opportunity to respond. I asked your client last meeting about if Timber Creek had received any violations. I was told no. And then after our public hearing, I received a letter from Central District Health that stated otherwise. It's not great. Nobody loves to find out that you were told one thing on Tuesday and learn something different on Wednesday. So I would like to give you at least the opportunity to respond. I assume you've seen the letter from Central District Health. It's included in the public record. Help me understand who's correct and who's not being upfront with me.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, there is a process for notification when a permit holder or I'll just go with permit holder is in violation of an agreed to permit. There is a notice of violation. That's a formal process to notify someone that they have violated their agreement. There's a warning letter that precedes that. There could be conversations about the potential of violation, but Timber Creek has not received a violation or a notice of violation to date.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Cavanagh.
So when Central District Health sends us a letter that says, this is not as accurate as the facility was found in violation of spring of 2023, which prompted processing changes and the described transition plan to the Nampa facility. Central District Health is incorrect.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councilman, I do not have a record, a notice of violation that was issued to the Timber Creek Recycling.
Okay. Thank you.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, first is Lori Badigan.
And as a reminder, the purpose was held open to speak to what we just witnessed or heard here in the room. So if you can direct any of your comments directly to what Timber Creek has presented here today, that is the purpose of taking additional public testimony. Lori?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Lori's with Central District Health. Mr. Mayor, I'd maybe ask if we'd be willing to waive the 3 minutes and give a department an opportunity to provide a little bit more context than just given the official 3 minutes.
How much time would you like?
Let's start with 10.
Okay.
And if we need more, we can
Without
go
objection?
from there.
Okay, recognize for up to 10 minutes. If you say your name and address for the record.
My name is Lori Bedigian. I work with Central District Health. My address is 707 North Armstrong Place.
If you can speak, yep,
And closer, is that better?
Yep.
Do I need to say it again?
maybe just, yeah, so
Lori Bedigian with Central District Health, 707 North Armstrong Place, Boise, Idaho. So I wrote just a brief summary to kind of go over how the health district gets involved with solid waste and the operations and the regulatory process of it. So as I said, I'm Lori Bedigian. I am the Environmental Health Specialist Senior, and I regulate the on-site wastewater program, land program, and solid waste programs for Ada County. Central District Health is tasked with regulating these programs, including the operations and closure plans of solid waste facilities based on an MOU between DEQ and the health districts within Idaho. And a little bit of background on how a solid waste facility gets approved, at least through DEQ and CDH. So when somebody wants to become a regulated solid waste facility, they will submit an application to DEQ, and they go through all of the engineering and siting approval, public announcements, whatever it is that DEQ approves or requires. Once DEQ has approved the site, they issue an approval letter, and that begins the operation plan review. So the facility then develops an operation plan, which follows IDAPA and all the sections that are outlined in IDAPA that they're required to outline. For me, Central District Health, we collaborate with DEQ on the review of that operations plan, just to make sure, DEQ is really the expertise. So we'll collaborate on the review of the operations plan, and then ultimately, Central District Health is the agency that approves it. And then we will issue an approval letter. And then once the facility is open, Central District Health does the annual site investigations, or we go out and do an annual inspection just to see how operations are going, to make sure that they're following with the operations plan. Prior to the spring of 2023, the DEQ Air Quality Division had regulatory control over odor complaints. As a part of the governor's zero-based regulation order, the DEQ removed their responsibility of the odor complaints from the regulations, which shifted all the responsibility to the health districts in Idaho. So right around April of 2023, I started receiving complaints from the public and complaints referred to me from DEQ regarding odors that were coming from Timber Creek Recycling. And at that time, in spring of 2023, those complaints were found to be valid. So just to clarify, there is a notice of violation process, but that's not our first step. That's usually the last step before we so when I receive these complaints, I notified Timber Creek of the complaints. I notified them in writing. I called them on the phone. I did an investigation. I sent a letter to them indicating that, yes, I did find these odors when I was out and about. I did find it to be valid. We needed to work on it. So it wasn't a formal notice of violation. That's not our first step in the process. That's typically our last step that says you have a very specific period of time before we refer it on to the Ada County prosecuting attorney. So no, I never did issue a formal notice of violation, but we did have conversations and issue letters saying that these odor complaints were valid. And that initiated a plethora of conversations between DEQ, the city of Meridian, code enforcement, Timber Creek, and their consultants at that time.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I don't want to interrupt, but because you've touched on that, with all due respect, I think that's contrary to the letter that you sent us. And so help me understand that, because your letter specifically states, I'll just read it. Mr. McGurty was asked by council, the facility had received an odor complaint that received a violation. Mr. McGurty stated, we have not received an odor complaint that resulted in a violation. Then you reply, this is not accurate. So he has received a violation.
He has. He did in April of 2023, and in those spring months when we were given, if you will, regulatory control over odor complaints once DEQ gave it up. Then I went out and investigated and found the complaints to be valid. When I went out on site, there was a definite odor, and I followed up with that by notifying Timber Creek, both verbally and in writing, that an investigation had been done. We had received complaints. We did an investigation. The investigation found these complaints to be valid. And then that prompted lots of meetings and emails, and Mr. Mergudio, that is when I don't know if that's exactly when they hired, but a consultant came on board for them to adjust their composting and windrowing process.
Mr. Mayor, real quick, if I may.
Councilman
Thank you. And I guess I must have misunderstood you because I thought you previously said before the question that there wasn't a violation issued. You're saying there was a violation
There was
issued?
not a formal notice of violation issued. So it's two different things.
Yeah.
So I believe what Mr. Leahy was talking about was there is a very formal, it has very specific IDAPA language. It has very specific, this violation warrants a misdemeanor. It's a form that comes from DEQ. It's titled Notice of Violation. It's a very formal letter that says you have this very specific timeline, and if this timeline isn't met, or you don't get into some kind of compliance agreement, we refer it on for further prosecution. That formal letter has not been issued to them.
Okay.
Instead, we always start with the lesser contact. We send a letter saying, we've gotten this, please provide us this information. We did find the complaints to be valid. A valid complaint makes you in violation of your odor control plan.
So when Mr. Mergudio told us that he had not received a violation, he was being accurate then, because you had not issued a formal violation.
I did issue I just didn't issue it on that formal letterhead, but he did get a letter that stated, we received complaints. These complaints were found to be valid. I mean, I went out there, it
Mr.
was
Mayor?
smelly.
We don't
Councilman Cavan.
need to litigate this. I guess I would be requesting then a letter of what you sent, because with all due respect, what I'm hearing you say is I issued a violation, but I didn't issue a violation. And both of those statements can't be true.
No, I issued a violation in a letter format, and I can provide that to you.
Fantastic.
And I believe that it was provided to Ms. Kane last, because she was copied on some of the letters that I sent out. So they were found to be in violation of their odor plan, and it's drawn out in that letter. But it wasn't a letter that says your next step is prosecution with Ada County. The next step was provide me this information so that we can move forward on how we can mitigate these odor things. If Timber Creek didn't act on that, then that would have taken the next step to this formal letter that Mr. Leakey had talked about. We didn't get to that step in our process yet. There's a procedure that you go through before you get there. But they were in violation of the odor plan because the odors were found to be valid. It was, when I went out on site, it was valid.
It's essentially our code enforcement process. The grass is over 8 inches. We tell them, cut the grass, and you either go out and cut it, or if you don't, then we come and do it for you to bring you into compliance. Same basic principle. I'm not going to speak whether or not they get a violation, if they, get that, but that's what it is.
Mr. Mayor, I'm probably not well equipped for public health, because with our code enforcement department, they send a warning and then a violation. What I'm hearing is there's lots of different types of violations, and maybe we're not delineating them appropriately. And so I don't want to belabor this point. I could appreciate if I'm a member of the public and I hear somebody say they got a violation, that's a big deal. And then when I hear you say, well, it wasn't really a violation, they were in violation, but we didn't issue a violation.
I didn't say that.
We can go back and review, and we don't need to re-argue this, but that's where my question came from, is that your first comment was that you didn't issue a violation.
No, my first comment was that I didn't issue the formal notice of violation letter, but they did get, it's almost like a warning letter. It's the first, it'd be like Mr. Mayor's example that, yes, hey, I'm going to call you and let you know that we received this complaint. I drove by the site. I found the complaint to be valid. That allows for Timber Creek to address it right away if it's happening right then. And then it was followed up with a letter saying, it was very specific, and I can provide that to you tomorrow. But the letter was very specific. On these dates, I got these complaints. I validated the complaints to be valid. I went out, I found the odor, I smelled it. Please provide this information to me and let's move forward to see how we can mitigate those odors. And that started that process. So they were in violation because the odor was there. It was validated. He did get a letter indicating that, but it wasn't a formal, we're going to fine you $10,000 letter. So with that spring of 2023, that's when I had reached out to the city of Meridian and to DEQ to try to collaborate some efforts to figure out what we could do with this material, and was working with Timber Creek at that time as well to try to figure out that their consultant got on board and modified some of their windrowing process. At that time, DEQ provided a definition of what this material is. So DEQ is the agency that defines what this material is, and I can read you what that definition is. And this is from I don't know her title, but she is a wastewater engineer with DEQ. So this is most definitely industrial waste. It is not even from food production process. It is from the wastewater treatment process. It is WAS, which equals waste activated sludge. The WAS is the excess biomass from the wastewater treatment process, along with the chemically precipitated phosphorus and polymer added so that the water can be removed in the belt process. It's a biological product suitable as a soil amendment, but and has even been fed to cattle, but it is waste from an industrial process. So that's from DEQ, and that's really all I can speak on that because they are the defining agency. But that's what, so Valerie Greer is the employee with DEQ who works with these larger plants and their sludge. She's the gal that suggested the lime treatment to try to knock down the odors at the Sorrento plant.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strayer.
did you have more testimony, or are you okay with answering questions?
I can answer a question.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. First of all, thank you for coming. It's extremely helpful to hear from another agency that has been involved here. And I kind of just wanted to understand a few things. So we're a land use agency and we're hearing about public health concerns, but we're not really the primary regulator of these types of facilities. And so I just wanted to check, first of all, that you have an independent, it's more for the public to understand, but I want to make sure this is correct, that you have an independent regulatory function aside from the city of Meridian. You are independently working with the applicant on, it sounds like, an operations plan and an odor plan. And you can take separate action aside from the city of Meridian if you hear there are valid odor complaints. Is that correct? And I am curious, and you may not have an opinion, but do you have an opinion about this mitigation plan that the applicant has proposed? Would it align with the remediation that you are requesting of the applicant, or does it differ in significant ways?
So the health district doesn't, and DEQ does not give a timeline on a solid waste facility. So once a facility is approved, they follow their operations plan until they go into closure phase, and then they follow their closure plan. So as far as a timeline goes, I don't have an opinion necessarily because we don't institute timelines. I can tell you that since September, we have had regular meetings with DEQ and with Timber Creek, and Sorrento was online one of the times, and Timber Creek's consultants, in trying to figure out how to knock this odor down before it gets to the site. Because that's the biggest problem, is it's foul, it's stinky material. It's just what it is. It leaves the site and it's foul until it's properly mixed and covered when it gets on site. So what can they do to knock that down so that it's not foul on their site at all, and then they can continue to process it? So I think right now that's, I don't know what, they're in the very, very beginning stages of testing that. I don't know what that's going to mean or if it's going to change the odor enough to where it's not creating an issue for the neighbors or if it's going to create a different kind of odor. But our goal is to make sure that they're following their operations plan and not having these nuisance complaints.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
so in your professional capacity dealing with these types of facilities, have you seen lime used specifically as like an amendment to an industrial waste? Do you have an opinion about the viability of that in reducing the odor? I'm just curious, and it could be that you don't have enough information, but I do want to hear from you if you have any opinions about that.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have an opinion. I don't have enough knowledge with that. So that guidance has come from DEQ and from Valerie, who is the gal who gave the definition of the WAS. That recommendation came from her in something that she had seen used at a different facility to try to mitigate their odors. So when we started having these conversations in mid-September about it, Timber Creek ran with that suggestion and met with Sorrento. And so I don't know. I have an upcoming inspection that's due on site where I ask them to perform their bucket test when I go out there to see for myself what it does on just a small, I mean, it's a bucket compared to however many tons they get per load. But so I haven't seen it myself. I don't know a whole lot about it. So it's something that DEQ recommended, and I don't think that Valerie would recommend it if she didn't see it successful elsewhere.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I just have one more question for myself. I'm sure others may have questions. Is there anything else that you feel is relevant information for our land use decision, which is a DA modification that we are considering that you may think we're not aware of? Is there anything else you wanted to mention, something that you think is relevant? I'm just checking. I read the letters. I appreciated the background information. I just kind of wanted to give you that opportunity if you felt like there was anything else that we needed to be aware of in our capacity as decision makers this evening.
Let me just double check.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Council Administrator. So I don't think that there's anything additional that I need to add. I think the biggest question was the definition of what this material is. And, I think that it would be good for them if they can knock this odor down before they leave the site, because otherwise I believe that the odor complaints are going to continue, but I don't think there's anything additional that I need to add.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
maybe just one more thing. You did state that you felt like odor concerns were driving a lot of the complaints, and it certainly seems to be something that you're focused on a lot. Do you have health concerns around the crushing of the construction materials, concrete, porcelain? The reason I'm asking, I was not researching this issue particularly, but I recently saw, a news article about workers who deal with solid surface countertops that have been exposed to large amounts of silica. And that, gave me a lot of pause. I don't know, if that's a similar process to what is happening here. I just wanted to give you an opportunity if you feel like there was a public health concern around the construction materials that are being crushed to articulate that.
Mr. Mayor, Administrator. So I've only received just recently complaint regarding, so the complaints that I've gotten coming in have been specific to the odors, and some of them have also mentioned dust, but nothing specific on the silica test. I don't have a lot of experience with that or knowledge. I don't know, my supervisor's here with me, and I don't know if he might have some knowledge that I don't have. If he wants to come and speak, or if you want to ask him that, but I don't have knowledge specifically about silica dust other than just some brief stuff that I've read about exposure to it could be a public health hazard, but I don't know what that limit may be. I don't have that knowledge.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. We're taking public testimony primarily focused around this plan that's been put forward. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, you're running the meeting, but if you have an opinion about hearing from her supervisor, but I would like to hear if he does have concerns around that specifically that he would like to articulate, because I think it does speak to the appropriate transition plan and timeline that's being put together.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I'm certainly supportive as well. I think also sticking with what the environmental health impacts is to the cheese was being stored on that site and what the environmental or what the public health impact is in the aroma. So if either folk from Central Health can help us articulate that, because certainly we wouldn't want to make a land use decision that would allow a use that would negatively impact public health. So I get from the odor standpoint, that is unpleasant and unsettling, and that certainly falls within the reign of our code enforcement. But if Central District Health believes there is a public health issue as a result of the aroma or the storage of either of those materials, to me, that would be very, very helpful. That was something I would want to consider before I would make a decision tonight.
Can my supervisor come up?
Yeah, Pete. So come on up. Say your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Michael Reno, Public Health Program Manager for Central District Health, 707 North Armstrong Place, Boise, Idaho 836704. There is no public health threat associated with the odor. The odor is more of a nuisance, and they have an odor control plan as part of their operations plan that they're required to meet. And that's what they're not meeting with this odor. As far as the silica dust from the concrete, I think that's more of an appropriate question for like an industrial hygienist or something like that, because we don't cover that. It could be a public health threat, but it's not something that we would have any jurisdiction over.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Appreciate the info about the aroma, any environmental health impact by that type of material being stored at the site?
There is no public health threat associated with the composting and the way it's being managed at the site. It is primarily the odor that is causing the nuisance complaints that we are now have to deal with since the DEQ gave up that responsibility.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I've got you both here. Just quick follow-up on definitions. Said Valerie Greer with DEQ is the one who defined the WAS as industrial waste.
Yeah, she's the engineering manager at the regional office of the DEQ.
Okay. When she says it's industrial waste, is that the definitive end of discussion, or is this a professional opinion? Help me out. This is not my area of expertise.
That's what she provided to us and other members of DEQ when we were discussing the issues with the WAS. She stated that, yes, it is an industrial waste.
Mr. Mayor, follow on?
Councilman Overton.
I'll try to take what Councilman Cavanagh said and just see if I can put it home for him and for us. Did a formal complaint, but you did not do, I think you called it versus a formal violation. You did a complaint, but not a formal violation. Is that right? Or a violation, not a formal violation?
When we receive a complaint, we go out and we investigate. And if we find the complaint valid, it is a violation. It was a violation of their operating plan because the odor was present. We would document that either on our inspection form when we went out and did that, or we would document it on an annual inspection if we noticed it when we did an annual inspection. We don't typically issue a formal notice of violation until we've tried everything else to gain compliance with anybody, including just somebody on
the general public who might have a sewage system failing. But that is a last resort. We typically with odor complaints or complaints about solid waste, we get with DEQ. We did issue a warning letter to the facility with regard to this, but it was not a formal notice of violation where we specifically state you have this 30 days to get this corrected. Otherwise, we will turn it over to the prosecutor or we'll refer it to DEQ for enforcement with the AG.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Overton.
So I'm going to throw a scenario at you, just to try to, my knowledge to yours. If I was a police officer and I stopped you because you were missing a front plate, I have two choices. I can issue you a ticket, you're going to court. Or I can give you a warning that you're going to come in compliance and go take that front plate and put it back on your car. When you give a violation, you're seeking compliance, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If it becomes the most formal violation that you spoke about, is that still seeking compliance, or does at some point, does this become a court process as well?
At that point, it would either become a court process through like the Ada County prosecutor is who we turn it over to, or if it's something that DEQ has jurisdiction over, we turn it to DEQ with a formal enforcement referral, and they take it to the AG and it goes through their process.
Perfect. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Council, additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman,
just briefly, and again, we're here tonight to look at the mitigation efforts that the applicant has put forward and whether or not that's amenable to the council moving forward. I don't necessarily want to go all the way back to 2023 and zero-based regulations and having this dumped in your lap by the state, but it was. Do you feel that you were equipped to be able to investigate these kinds of things? Lori, I'm just curious, when we've certainly heard from the public, neighbors who can smell the odor in their neighborhoods. When you get a violation, are you on site on the slab? Are you at the gate? Are you at the neighbors 1,000 feet away? And what technology do you use to gauge whether or not that odor is present?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Whitlock. So no, I didn't get any formal training. I did reach out to DEQ for guidance. So when the air quality division would go out, my understanding was they had a scale that they would use, and I wasn't familiar with that. So I reached out to them and asked them for some guidance. The complaints are really hard to verify because oftentimes the complaints would come in at night. So I would get to work in the morning and find voice messages or emails that the night before it was foul, or I got a complaint last week that said on October 15th it smelled. So I can't really go backwards and look at them. So typically it's really hard to validate it. So when I do go out there, sometimes I've just been driving by because I do the on-site wastewater program, which puts me all over Ada County. And sometimes I've just been driving down Columbia and I smell it. And it's a very distinct odor. It's not like manure. And sometimes I drive down and I smell manure, and that's very strong too, but that's not from that site. This WAS is a very specific, very sour odor. And so once you know what it is, it's easy to identify. And so not every time that I got a complaint was I able to go out on site and validate it because it was the day before. Sometimes I was able to. I've had coworkers who are familiar with the material who have also driven by and have smelled it. So not every not every call that I received was I able to go out on site and go, yes, it's happening right now. But it does warrant a phone call to Timber Creek and letting them know, hey, I got a complaint. Did you get a complaint? Let's figure out what's going on. So it's hard. There's no official training that we've received. I don't have any technology. We've talked about the nasal ranger, because I have another facility that is doing a pilot program with those to see the validity of those sniffers. And it's, the jury's out on that. It really just depends on the validity of those sniffers too, so.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick follow-up. And I guess my interest was, and I recognize you get a call and show up to work and then go out and investigate. To me, it's one thing to then go on site and say, yes, it's here. How do you validate, a complaint that it's 1,500 feet away or 2,000 feet away from the facility? Do you go there as well as part of your investigation?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Whitlock, so I do, so sometimes it's hard because the smell might not just sit over the site, right? It might leave the site and kind of linger. And then if the temperature changes, then that smell will drop down. And I've experienced that with other solid waste facilities that were generating an odor where, if a facility is in CUNA and we're getting odor complaints from people who live in Meridian, and being able to track that back. So I don't just drive Columbia and Locust Grove. I'll drive through the neighborhoods and see, okay, how far north does the smell stop? And then call Timber Creek and they've been responsive. When I call, they'll go and investigate and yeah, we see that this is uncovered, or no, I don't see a problem right now. The wind direction is a different direction. So it's always generates a conversation, but I don't just go to this one point. I try to drive around, but it's maybe the wind has blown it all away by the time I get there.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Couple quick questions. Would odor alone be sufficient at some point if it is unresolved for you to issue a formal notice of violation on its own?
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Shredder, yes, if it is in violation of their operating plan and they cannot correct it, yes, at some point we would issue a notice violation. In this case, we would do an enforcement referral to DEQ and the AG would take that on.
Mr. Mayor, one more.
Councilwoman Schrader.
So under this plan, under their timeline, they will be piloting the lime addition to the material, the WAS. And then they say they're going to fully implement additional successful odor control measures in Q2 of 2025. Independent of this plan and City of Meridian's decision this evening, et cetera, do you have a sense of timing at what point you would, maybe let me put this a different way. Actually, no, you know what? I think you've answered my question already. Is there a threshold where you would say, okay, we will issue a formal notice of violation? Is there something that's defined, whether it's a timing, something about how you work? Is it subjective? And the reason I'm asking the question is, it is helpful to me to know that they're going to try to implement these measures, but independently, there's a different agency that's going to be verifying whether the odor has been mitigated or not. That would help me feel more comfortable knowing that that process is running independently, frankly, of what we're doing. So I just kind of wanted to check on that aspect.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Strader, yes, so we are going to continue to work with Timber Creek on this new proposed way to reduce the odor before it even gets to the site. We've been encouraged by what we've seen so far and what they provided. It's going to be incumbent on Sorrento Lactalis to do this lime added process at their facility, so that when the material comes out to Timber Creek, the odor has been eliminated or drastically reduced to where it's not causing odor complaints. But if it continues to cause odor complaints, even after they go through this, at that point, we would do an enforcement referral to DEQ and DEQ would take over the process.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
That's extremely helpful. I just want to compliment you both for showing up tonight. You didn't have to do that. And I can tell you really care about the community because you showed up to help us through this and help us understand better what your role is. I think sometimes government employees get a bad reputation. That's unfair. This is I would put you up against private sector employees any day of the week. The fact that you're here at 7:30 PM to show up because you care about the community and you want to help everybody do the right thing. So I just wanted to say thank you for being here and providing the information.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, Lacey Uys here. Lacey.
Same.
Let's see where it goes.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Lacey Oy with Meridian City Code Enforcement. During the September 17th hearing for a request from Timber Creek Recycling to amend their development agreement, Timber Creek discussed their desire for an exit runway, but didn't state a specific plan. Code Enforcement Officer Crystal Geeson and myself met with Mike and Caleb on Timber Creek premise on October 1st, 2024, and again on November 7th, 2024. Our goal was to discuss options for a transition plan for the development agreement amendment, as well as discuss the intake and processing of concrete and asphalt on the site. With the acknowledgement of concrete and asphalt being processed on site and not listed in the development agreement as an approved material, we discussed removing it from their business plan in compliance with their current DA. They agreed that they would inform clients of the change and would stop accepting products starting November 1st. Our November 7th inspection included viewing the record showing that no concrete or asphalt had been accepted at that point. We took photos of the current mounds, one each of asphalt and of the concrete, to assist with quarterly site inspections to ensure that no further collection of these items occur. A final grinding of the product will be required and scheduled within Timber Creek's proposed transition plan for the first quarter of 2025. They have shown progressive steps to no longer accept concrete or asphalt within the compliance of their DA approved listed materials. Code enforcement has agreed to be part of their accountability plan for the transition and doing quarterly inspections as suggested through their neighborhood meeting that they held. Our code enforcement team focuses on education, prevention, and then enforcement. Our primary goal is to gain compliance. In general, when we investigate a business, most commonly for home occupations, we will allow a reasonable time, usually 15 to 30 days, as a preliminary time frame for them to comply. The responsible party will be asked to comply with either minimizing their business model to fit within the allowed code or move to an allowed location for the use and scale of their business. We will often issue an extension when progress is shown towards that compliance. And for a larger scale business or those with extenuating circumstances, an extension is common. I have concerns regarding the current DA expectations of Timber Creek to terminate recycling activities with a 30-day notice to issuance of the certificate of occupancy within the impact area. If Timber Creek was required to stop operation within 30 days, I expect to find that the site left with materials abandoned in different states of compost process, which will likely become a hazard. A revised DA request has been added to the public record, different than what was presented in September, in which Timber Creek is asking for consideration of a phased transition plan instead of the 30-day notice to terminate. I do not believe a 30-day transition would be reasonable for Timber Creek to vacate operation at their site in a safe manner for the community. If council is not in agreement with the current submitted transition plan, I believe that minimally a transition plan should be considered between Timber Creek and the city that will allow for a safe end of their operation on that site. A suggestion would be a 30-day notice that terminates for them receiving materials and then work on a transition plan for them to operate and end their production safely. I believe the city should also consider the fact that a 30-day termination may impact the franchise agreement that we hold with Republic Services. In 2023, between the months of October and December, Timber Creek accepted 727 tons of leaves and grass from Republic Services transported from Meridian citizens and city park collection sites. That would need to be redistributed when Timber Creek ceases their operations, and I don't know what the plan from Republic Services is for that. To conclude, I believe a transition plan needs to be considered as the 30-day notice to discontinue operations seems unrealistic for the scale and specific process operations to Timber Creek to safely exit. Stand for questions.
Thank you, Lacey. Council questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I have a question that's partially for planning staff and then also for code enforcement. So my question was around the timing. So we have surrounding properties, they're being built out. I asked a question, I was informally given an estimate that we think in about a year that existing development agreement trigger would be met. But I kind of wanted to understand from planning staff what they thought the realistic timing was. And then I'll ask code enforcement a question around it. Sonia, I don't know if you have any feedback.
No, I don't.
Hmm. So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
so we have within our packet, we have a pretty clear map. I'm going to pull it up on my own computer. Give me just a second. Okay, I've got it on my computer now. I've got to turn it around. It's facing the wrong way. Okay, so I'm looking at there is an exhibit in our packet. It has a very clear description of the project boundary, the 1,000-foot buffer, and all of the planned parcels. So can you please walk me through the status of the parcels in these surrounding properties and where they're at in terms of their milestones we would expect them to meet from a planning perspective? So I specifically, it appears that the Hadler subdivision number 1 and the Summerlin West subdivision both would fall when they are reaching their certificate of occupancy within the 1,000-foot buffer. I believe those have been approved. Is the Hadler subdivision under construction? Has it received its certificate of occupancy? What is the expected timing?
Councilwoman Strader, I'm not sure on that. I know the applicant for Hadler is here tonight, the developer, and they may be able to answer the timing questions from you. Yes, it's been approved, but I don't know their timeline on getting the plat recorded.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just to brainstorm, and that'll give the applicant a chance to chew on it. And I might change my mind later. It's always possible, but just like looking at this situation, one concern that I have is that our existing development agreement is very clear. It has a clear trigger, and it's actually, been looked at through litigation, et cetera. So it's something that has been validated. I am concerned about adopting a modified development agreement. If the timing, one idea that I had was to give Timber Creek an opportunity to demonstrate compliance and that they're following their plan. And then in a few months, at the end of the first or second quarter, when we expect these milestones to be met, I would prefer to modify the development agreement at that time when I've seen that there's compliance, because I feel like the existing development agreement has a pretty strong hammer in terms of when it's triggered. But I wanted to get your feedback on that because I think you just brought up some interesting concerns around 30 days. I'm just not sure if it's realistic that out of nowhere within 30 days this will occur. But what are some of the concerns around that approach from your perspective?
From what I learned on site is that minimally from the start of process, when they get something delivered, it's going to take at least 3 months for that process to make those materials stable for transport. And I don't know how many Republic Services trucks you've seen on fire, but it does happen even in transport of regular household goods. And so I don't think that's unrealistic to think that the capacity that they would be transporting, need to remove that, it needs to be stable before it's transported. So I think if we know that the process takes 3 months for a product, if we took that product in today and then we sent them a notice tomorrow saying you have 30 days, that product needs at least 3 months to be able to be removed off that. And I think that we would be able to say 3 months, you get that product finished and completed. But I think minimally you need like 6 months to clear out what's there, even if we ask them not to finish doing whatever was intended with the rest of the product. I mean, I'm very much I have minimal information, but just based on what I do know, I just think that a 6-month process of operating, closing would be something that we would work through as a start from our perspective of saying, give me 6 months. If the DA wasn't there and there wasn't a letter and we said, we need to resolve this in 6 months and move from there, we would then look for extensions if necessary at that point. I do think by them ending the concrete and having that ground and done by the beginning of this new year, that we start off on the foot of not having that product on site anymore, and then we're just using the compost and all of that, seems more realistic.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
maybe one more quick question. Do you feel like if the DA is reopened, that there is an advantage to proactively defining the specific materials that can be stored and processed on site as opposed to what we have in our existing agreement?
I think that having an answer for what WAS is and how that comes into line would be the one that's still in question. I think what we've agreed, Timber Creek, and our discussions that concrete wasn't going to be something to put back out there. I know that I can go into opinion, but from WAS coming from a dairy and being used for compost, I have a really hard time seeing how that doesn't fit into what they're already allowed to do. I mean, we do leave in there materials that are open. It lists a lot of them as allowed, but it's creating an agricultural product. So that's not my expertise or field, but I just feel like that's in line with what the DA already says that they're allowed to do.
Understood. That was very helpful. Thank you.
Council, any additional questions for Lacey?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
Lacey, thanks for being here. You and your team are like the best, like taxpayers. Like the code enforcement is like our hidden secret. You guys just do really, really great work.
Thank you.
We heard earlier from Central District Health about they too are enforcing smell. And again, I think there's not going to be any argument or disagreement here that what's going on at Timber Creek creates an aroma, pretty funky aroma, as I've been told. How does your team handle enforcement different than Central District Health? And I ask that because I think we've got some really concerned citizens that are in the audience. And if I was in that area, I would want to know who am I calling and what's being addressed and how that differs from one agency to another, because that frankly would frustrate me.
I can agree with that. The DA, well, we've talked about that before, is a civil agreement, and a lot of times that comes from the expertise and advice of our legal team of how we enforce and what those complaints look like. When we receive our complaints for Timber Creek, they go directly over to legal, and then we're told what to do with them. So if we were to think about a different perspective of just how we would handle a nuisance complaint that was not attached to a DA, I think, is that along the lines of what you're asking? If a neighbor was complaining about another neighbor, and that's something that we commonly handle, that nuisance has to be substantiated by the person who's complaining, and we're going to substantiate it off property. So if the address is 123 that the complaint's coming from, we're not standing at 123 for a public nuisance. You can't be offended on their property. It needs to be offended from somewhere else. So seeking that, and then we will make sure that we have witness testimony for the person that's willing to take it into court that they were offended, because we're a neutral party. So we're there to gain compliance and to seek a resolution. But if they're still offended by it, then that's going to be their testimony in court that they're taking it, and we're just being used as that avenue to get there.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lisa. Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Sonia.
if I could, I'd like to respond back to Councilwoman Administrator's questions earlier on Hadler. The first phase of Hadler subdivision, the applicant confirmed will likely be ready for C of Os approximately a year from now. Summerlin West is currently in the approval process. It's coming to city council within the next month or so on the annexation and the preliminary plat. So it does have a way to go yet, if it's approved.
Thank you.
Who's next, Mr. Clark?
Mr. Mayor, next is Troy Allen.
Good evening. State your name and address for the record. Be recognized for 3 minutes and speak to the plan, please.
Okay. My name is Troy Allen. I live at 8353 South Briker Lane. I'll try not to hit some of the points you guys have already dug into, which I appreciate. Mayor and council members, thank you for your time, and also thank you for your understanding and insight at the last meeting. It appears that you all understand the impact Timber Creek is having on the community and the failure of your predecessors in approving the development agreement in 2019. One of the major flaws that you guys just talked about is there's no teeth. There's no repercussions for anything of any of Mike's actions. Virtually none of the agencies can hold him accountable. We spoke to Lacey, the head of the Meridian Code Enforcement, after the last meeting, and she explained their main goal, as you guys talked about, of any complaint is to modify the behavior. At the end of our discussion, I asked her if there was anything Timber Creek could violate that they could actually be held accountable for, and her answer was no. No. And I think that when we call CDH and we call DEQ, we get the same answer. I call code enforcement, they say, I'm sorry, that's CDH. Or yeah, and I call CDH and they say, I'm sorry, that's DEQ. And I call DEQ and they go, well, I think that's CD. You go in this big circle and nobody wants to do anything. So that's what we live with as the public. They may be great people and they may give great answers up here, but they tell us they can't do anything. So during the last meeting, I'll try not to hit everything that you guys have already talked about, but you, Councilman Kavner, asked Mike if he had any violations. That's a discussion now, whether it was a violation, yes, no, okay, maybe so. We'll go through that. I don't think that's the question that should have been asked. I think the real question is, have you violated anything since 2019? That's the question, not has he been found guilty of it? And I can give you the answer to that question, which is yes, probably several hundred times. Every time there's an odor that's offensive, that's a violation. We know that, it's a nuisance. Every time he brings WAS in, that's a violation because it's not an approved product. Every time he brought asphalt and concrete in and crushed it, that was a violation. Did he get a ticket? Did he pay a fine? No, but he did violate. And I would also say that if you look in the red line, he's trying to add WAS into his acceptable stuff. No way. That has to be zero. No, it's not acceptable. It's an industrial waste as just defined. It's not an ag. You guys dug into this, so I'm not going to dig into it. And I thank all of you guys for digging into that with Lori, because I think she did a wonderful job and you guys did a good job following up. I think I have 10 minutes, so we'll just keep going because so we can turn the timer off if that's what it is, because I'm the head of the association. So it's 10 minutes, I believe, not 3.
Okay.
Mike has had his Nampa facility. Oh, one little thing here. Question?
Mr. Mayor.
That's what Kavner.
Mr. Allen, sorry, typically residents are afforded 3 minutes. It sounds like you said you're representing a homeowners association.
Correct, Cinque Terre.
One more time, sorry.
Cinque Terre, CINQUETERRE.
And there are members that are here that you're representing on their behalf, or you're just here, are they here present tonight?
No, it said am I part of the homeowners association.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Mayor? If he's representing a homeowner association, I don't have any issues with that.
well, I asked Chris, he said we got 10 minutes, so. That's
Mr. Mayor,
more
I
than 2 weeks
said the
ago.
mayor's discretion to do the 10 minutes.
And just keep your comments defined to what we heard tonight and the plan in front of us. That's what we would really like to hear about as well.
So on the 30 days being a big surprise and him being able to close that Lacey just talked about, it's not a surprise. They haven't even put the concrete in yet. So we could start the wheels today and it wouldn't be 30 days where he had to shut down because it is going to be a huge process. Sounds like none of you guys have been to the site because you can't go out there unless you all go together. But he's had his Nampa facility up and running for nearly a year. He told us originally he thought it would take a year, except he had some challenges. I would suggest that since it's been operational for a year, he should have started on his second pad, which would almost be completed. But it sounds like he's not even going to do the engineering for another year, according to his plan. If you look at it, a 3-year request is only padding his timeline because he already told us that he could do it quicker than that. But just in case there's another COVID or something, he wants some extra time. And according to his transition plan, he doesn't even anticipate engineering for the second pad to be completed until almost a year from now. Why is it taking 2 years to engineer something that's already up and running? He'd actually said he could do it faster, but he wants to pad it. So in conclusion, I would like to suggest that Mike has not been totally on the straight and narrow with trying to operate within the development agreement as what has been discussed tonight. And I don't know why we should expect him to change that in the future. In fact, he's trying to add WAS. We cannot have that in his new proposal as an approved product for him to accept. I think that we all agree that this has been the #1 complaint and must not allow this change. Also, I think in the last meeting, he either thought you guys were gullible or short-sighted as the council that granted him the wishes in the past. He asked for unlimited time, unlimited trucks, unlimited product, and then he threw you guys a little softball that said, well, what if we take those back and do we do this in 3 years? He created his runway in 2019. The trigger is the occupancy permit, and I think he needs to get his engines up and running, get ready to go, and when that happens, it happens. That's my take on it. Are there any questions?
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Council Administrator.
Yeah, going to walk you through a scenario. It's hard to say how it would play out, right? But let's say that we did not modify the development agreement. Sounds like no one knows what the exact timing would be, but it sounds like the realistic timing is that the development agreement provisions around the 1,000 feet would likely be triggered in about a year. At that point, if he is not in compliance with the development agreement, my impression from just asking questions of the city attorney is then at that point, we would tell him, probably send him a letter and say, you're in violation of your development agreement. According to this agreement, you need to cease your operations within 30 days. But realistically, if he did not, then I think what would have to happen is the city would have to take him to court. And just I'm not an attorney, I don't typically go to court for things, but I think court processes do take some time. I guess my question to you would be, if we had to go through that whole process, considering that it sounds like from a practical perspective, what we don't want is we don't want to create a public health hazard of a bunch of materials that have nowhere to go, right? It could take a year. I've seen some court cases at times the city's been involved and take more than a year. Could be you end up,
5 years with the way things go.
well, I would hope not, but you never know. Yeah, so that's kind of what I was getting at is as an individual or as someone representing the homeowners association, do you have a definite opinion about which timeline you prefer? Like, would you prefer for the city to try to work out a transition plan now that takes 3 years, maybe with some changes? Or do you feel like it's better to just stick with the original development agreement with the uncertainties around timing on processes that might entail?
Well, to answer that question, I think even if we do the 3-year thing, we're going to be in the same exact scenario that you're going to be taking it, could potentially be taking him to court. Like I said, he hasn't followed what he said he would. So why would he do that in the future? I don't know.
Mhm.
So if it was me and I get to make all your decisions, the maximum I would give him is 24 months, maximum. He's had plenty of time. He knows what's coming. He's developed his pad, which sounds like it's an amazing place. I've driven past it, but I've never gone and looked at it. And it seems like they should have, that second pad should already be going. I don't know what the struggles are, if it's financial or if it's time or, stuff, but he should already be going in there. He says he's not even gonna have the engineering done for it, according to his plan, till Q2 or Q4 of next year. I can't remember exactly, but he's not even gonna have the engineering done. That seems a little, I don't know, extreme. I would have already had my pads engineered, and I'd already be digging and doing what I need to. So I don't know what the greatest answer is. I would love to see it over as soon as possible. I think 2 years is more than acceptable. I agree with Lacey on the 30-day thing, but 30 days isn't going to be a surprise. He's going to see sidewalks. It's going to take 90 days to build a home. It's going to take X time to sell it. It's not going to happen in 30 days. It's not going to be a big surprise. He knows today when it's going to happen. He can talk to the builder and he knows when the building permit comes. So I think her argument on that is a little shaky, honestly, because the 30 days isn't going to just be a wham.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
So just to summarize your feedback and just try to distill it down, you believe there should be a transition plan, but you feel more comfortable with a 2-year process.
I think 2 years would be gobs of time, because right now he's looking at 9 to 12 months. So that would double his time. That's my personal, I don't have anybody else that said that,
Sure.
That's just me. But I do want to reiterate, you guys digging in, especially both of you guys today, and the two of you digging into those questions. There's some big questions there that are very ambiguous. And I think, him taking in the asphalt and the concrete all this time, it wasn't on his plan. And there's just some stuff like that, that as a citizen and the neighbors, it's disheartening that that's been happening. And the city's done nothing about it. And DEQ's done nothing about it. And CDH has done nothing about it. Because nobody wants to do anything, because when I talk to his, whatever she is, deputy attorney or whatever her name is, she told me we would have to take him to court, and we don't do that. So nobody wants to follow through on anything because it's too much work or too much money, or it's not what we normally do. And that just gets my stomach.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
I can appreciate this has been an intense process from your perspective for a while. So I understand your frustration. I think at least my goal, I'm sure everyone's goal tonight, is try to get this resolved in an effective manner. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Council, additional questions? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Mr. Mayor, next is Debbie Allen.
Okay.
Next, Joanne Tima.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Joanne Tima, and I reside at 1740 East Spire Street. I am a retired nurse of 40-some years, specializing in lung and heart health. The reason I am here today is that I feel the pain and the outcries of this community. In reading past and current testimonials concerning Timber Creek's industrial recycling, I have found that Timber Creek is no longer in compliance with multi-agencies. There are valid health, safety concerns as evidenced by traffic, noise, smoke, harmful vapors, and silico clouds caused by the recycling of biosolids and demolition materials. Timber Creek says they're going to be done with the crushing in January, and that's going on for several weeks. So you're going to have several weeks of silico dust in your neighbors' lungs. Timber Creek admits in their website, concrete recycling is the use of aggregate from demolished concrete structures. They say the most common way to dispose of this waste is to dump it in a landfill, which can pollute the air and water. Isn't this exactly what Timber Creek is doing to the residential neighborhood now, polluting the air and the water? On their website, they boast of their core values. We believe in being someone others can count on by taking ownership of our commitments and actions, leading by example, rejecting drama, and embracing responsibility. So let's count on them. Count on them to be a high-risk health hazard to our community and to pollute the air we breathe with toxins. Count on them extending, amending their DA to fill their needs. Count on them to state they are operating under AG when they really are an industrial factory in a now residential area. Council members, hold Timber Creek accountable to their current DA contract. Send a message to your community that you truly care about our health, safety, and well-being. If you can't protect us, who can? Who will? Vote no, let the DA stand as is. No amendments, no extensions, no exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Jonathan Fuchs.
And if I could just reiterate, I know you may have come with prepared remarks, but let's focus on what we heard about the DA plan. That's really the only reason we're here to take testimony.
Jonathan Fuchs, 7976 Tranquility Lane, Meridian. I want to, after hearing the plan today, I want to say thanks to TRC or whatever their name is, for coming up with a way to mitigate this. But I think 1,000 days is way too long. He already said in his plan that he can get 50% off. I think it was in Q2 of 2025 of the WAS. The other stuff, dust, this will be done in Q2 also, right? The other stuff, he said he's going to hold on the property until he can sell it. Well, he has a lot of time, 1,000 days is a lot of time to sell stuff. And if it doesn't move, I think it can be moved over to the Nampa site. So I'd like you to really consider that the 1,000 days is way too long.
Okay. Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next, Andrea Sater. Then we have Brenda Blitman.
Good evening.
Brenda Blitman, 8460 South Locust Grove, Meridian, Idaho. I'm a third of a mile south of the recycling plant. And the first thing I want to bring up is that I really appreciate that there will be no biosolids and the grinding will cease. Those are my two biggest concerns, and I'm glad that those things are decided. I'd like you to separate out the waste activated sludge. When I came through the hearings in 2019, there was no discussion of this waste activated sludge that would be processed. They talked about some food waste from restaurants, but there was never a discussion of this solid waste or, this waste byproduct that would be processed there. And that was not anticipated from my perspective. And I think that's been the source of most of the odors that we've had over time. And so I'd like to see those operations, the waste activated sludge, cease according to your agreement. It shouldn't have been there anyway, but I understand that you can't fight about it. Let's just make it done whenever the houses are built, and that part is done. The wood composting, I appreciate that it takes time for Republic Storage to figure it out, and I would like the people to consider reducing the number of trucks that are coming onto site in anticipation of the wind down. So after we hit that mark that says, your development agreement is done, then you don't get to bring 56 truckloads. Maybe it's 50, and then it's 30. You step it down, the truckload's coming in, and you have to stop it. We just heard it takes 3 months for the stuff to compost. You've got to stop those trucks coming in 3 months before you want to be done. And so there needs to be more planning on the solid waste side, the wood and all of that stuff. So anyway, I would recommend that you not approve it the way it stands right now. I'd like to see the waste activated sludge be treated differently than the wood composting. And I'd like to see a much more aggressive schedule than what I saw.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mayor, Brenda, is that correct?
Mhm.
You mentioned mostly the was. With the mitigation with the lime, if that works, are you amenable to it?
Oh, I would love to be able to use my backyard next, at some point and not have to do the lottery to decide if today's the day it's going to smell bad. And so I'm afraid to even like schedule things out because I don't know if it's going to be the day that my yard's going to smell like the poop factory. So, I mean, I just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, odor's been there for 1.5 years. And it is hard for me to say, oh, this is the magic answer, and it's taken us 1.5 years to find it.
Thank you.
But that's my biggest, I just need to be able to use my backyard.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Michael McGurdio.
Good evening, Mike McGurdio, 16933 Northside Boulevard, Napa, Idaho, 83687. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm here to answer questions and also give some testimony on what we're doing and how we're doing it. I want to thank you guys for giving us an opportunity to put a plan together that is feasible for all and won't disrupt the community in a big way. I'm trying to answer some of those questions that I heard. Ag byproduct. It's a very loose term. My family has been, by some definitions feeding, and same with Simplot and many others, feeding, different classifications of ag byproducts. So some of them sound really bad, but they're not bad. They're healthy animal feed. We work with a nutritionist. We know when they're safe to feed. It looks like a NASA diagram on how to do a space launch on how this stuff's supposed to happen, because you have so many different variables of when it's safe to feed to an animal and when it's not. Just the act of freezing of certain byproducts can kill an animal. So you have to be very careful on how you do many of these things. When we go to do these different things, we work with our regulatory agencies to see what level we need to go. They go anywhere from DEQ, Health Department, EPA, cities, counties, AAFCO. We're innovating stuff every year on something new. So to break these down, it gets very confusing on which regulatory agency you should use, including the Department of Ag. So our family's been doing this for a long time and have been feeding cattle very safely for a very long time. So we're going to stick to this plan. We're very, built this over here once, and we understand timelines and what can come up and things that can happen. So we're going to stick to this plan. I will waive my right to amend this DA again if there is some fear of that. I hear this crowd, that's one of their fears. I'm solid in this. I mean, I'm not looking back. So I know when I came to you, I was going to bring you something solid, and I promised you that. So that's what I'm going to do. I've always complied with Central District Health and DEQ. They are great to work with. They're absolutely great to work with. Their intent is good. They go to all these different landfills, and just like going down the road, you can find somebody not using a turn signal or doing something minor, and they do this. They go to every facility and find something minor and say, "Hey, clean this up, do this," and they work with you. That thing is a book this thick of how much we have to comply with. So our team we do an inspection sheet every month that we go through and walk through and do a checklist on these things to make sure we are in compliance. Got a couple things to finish up here. I'm also willing to do no additional materials besides the lime. So if that helps, I can provide you a list of, again, it's going to be a very long list because, there's so many detailed lists in different types of food waste I can provide. But I can provide that. So I can commit to not doing anything additional to the site if that is a fear. So I stand for questions. I have a few more, but that's all right.
Thank you. Council questions? I know it's not the closing, so maybe there's some of the things you've heard that you want to ask him versus Caleb, but feel free.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Kevner.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McGready, I've only got one question. It was a question I think posed by Mr. Fuchs. What's preventing your ability to move out to your Nampa facility today? What's
Fe-
requiring these 2 years? What needs to be done? What isn't done? What will be done? If the council were to agree to your request for this modifications.
Repeat the question so I hear it and
What's,
understand.
Mr. Fuchs asked, what's preventing you to move today?
What's preventing me to move today? Feasibility. The pads are not built. We don't have the other air system set up. Right now, we have one pad has the system already built with it, with a computer system that's already online. It's wired in. We have a monitoring system on it. We have leachate tanks. We have everything ready to go. The only thing we don't have in this one section is a concrete pad, and it's ready to go. When we build the second additional one, we have to build a complete other system that has additional pads plus the leachate system, plus all the other computer systems and a whole nother thing. So it's a whole nother process to go through and get online. It takes a lot more to do it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you, Mr. Magrudio. Let's talk about teeth and how we kind of get on the same page. Like a concern that I have is I feel like the largest amount of leverage that the city has is just holding you to your existing development agreement as it's written today. An idea that I was brainstorming would be, I just want to hear what your reaction would be to this plan, would be, I was thinking, I would love for you to follow this plan, demonstrate that you are following your plan, and I would love to have you come in second quarter 2025 with an update that says, and Lori will verify at that time if the city council, and again, it's just one person brainstorming, but I'd love to have you come in second quarter of 2025 saying, we have followed all of our plans and we've continued verification that we've not accepted any more asphalt, concrete, porcelain, construction materials. That at that point, it would be at least, I believe, a pretty significant percentage of the WAS would be diverted at that point. It looks like 50% by Q4, but it looks like 25% should have been diverted and you would have already tested your odor mitigation. So you've got this plan around adding lime to adjust the pH, additional odor control measures, which we have not discussed, and I don't know what those are. But I guess where my head is at is I'd kind of like to table the discussion on modifying your development agreement. I'd like to keep the existing agreement and have you come in second quarter of 2025, demonstrating strong compliance, a huge improvement with the neighbor's experience with odor because of these mitigation steps, and then consider modifying it for like a 2-year time period. And the reason I think that would work better is I think it just provides the city with more leverage, and it gives you an opportunity to demonstrate more compliance. And I feel like that would be beneficial. So I just wanted to hear what your reaction would be to that kind of an idea.
I like stability. And that I like a plan. I like long-term plans. I have 10-year, 20-year plans. And if I have something that's a big question mark on, on the edge of a lane of 1 year's time, that is a big fear in my mind. I would rather have a concrete, when I walk out of here now, I want something I'm going to march on. I got goals, I got benchmarks I'm going to hit, and we're going to go after it and not look back. So that would be my preferred.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, so I think it would be, potentially an understanding, from individual council members. From my end, what I could tell you would be, for myself, if you came in the second quarter of 2025 and you'd followed your plan and you demonstrated compliance with the plan and an improvement in the odor, and that you've not accepted these problematic additional construction materials, at that point, I'd be much more willing, I think, to give you up to 2 years to wind your site down. I'm struggling a little bit. My fear, like you have your fear, right, of the unknown, of the potential to only have a year. And I understand that, that was the agreement you entered into with us. My fear is that I believe our existing development agreement has good things and bad things. The good thing about our existing development agreement is it's very clear, the timing. Like it's crystal clear. And it's already, been in front of a judge and stuff. So I feel like that gives us, doesn't give us a transition though. But if you agreed to a transition and you came back, second quarter 2025, I would feel better about extending it then, when you've demonstrated you're completely following your plan. So I just kind of wanted to have a dialogue about that, because that's what I'm struggling with is, you've known about it. I mean, all due respect, but you entered into this agreement with the city. It's pretty clear how it's set up. I think we have transparent processes around approving surrounding developments, so you've known about them. I don't want to put the city in a position of, it's definitely not in our best interest either, of having a disaster where there's tons of materials on a site and but I don't think you would do that. But at the end of the day, what I'm struggling with is I have some very legitimate concerns, and I don't want to minimize them. I have my own concerns just hearing about the odor, but also just some of the materials that have come onto the site. And I would like to see more compliance. So I don't know. I just kind of wanted to have a dialogue about that.
I understand your concerns. I think that I would prefer a stiff fine or something from the city if I am not complying with, the materials on site. So if I'm accepting something I'm not supposed to, put a fine on me. I mean, it's very clear that we've posted it. We're not going to lean on that. I prefer a stiff fine over that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, I mean, unless the city attorney feels differently, I don't typically see the city of Meridian using fines as like an enforcement mechanism for development agreements. It's just not something I've really seen us do. And what I'm struggling with is like, I just don't think a fine fixes the problem. Like, we could fine you something and it would have a material impact to you, but that doesn't solve the problem for these neighbors. So I don't think that is a good enforcement mechanism to rely upon.
Yeah, and excuse me, sorry for Madam Council Member. The good thing is if I don't comply with the odor, I have to face Central District Health or DEQ.
Right.
They had the power to revoke my operations plan, and then that immediately shuts it off. So I think there is something in place for that. And as far as the offsite material, the other materials that we said we were not going to accept, I have a history of following the rules by DEQ. I have a long history of following that. So I understand the fear. That's why I say I don't know what else I can provide to help with that. I don't have a fear that we're going to accept that. I understand that's a fear of the citizens and you right now. I would be up for what else could be on the table for that. The thought of coming back in here every quarter for check-ins and having this whole process sounds like a overkill until I do something wrong, but I could be wrong. I'm willing to work with the city and serve the community however fit be.
Thank you.
Council, any additional questions? Okay. Thank you. Council, do we need a break or are we good to keep going?
Mr. Mayor, if there's still people that have signed up to testify, I think let's at least get through I would like to continue the trend of hearing from the public before
Okay.
we take any breaks.
All right, then, Mr. Clerk, next on the list.
Mr. Mayor, Elizabeth Kekaritz. Elizabeth, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
And Tony, we see you with your hand up, so don't worry, we got you on the list.
And we sent in a brief presentation. We can go forward without it. It's pretty short. I'll just go ahead to help get you. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Elizabeth Kekaritz. I am with Givens Pursley, 601 Bannock Street, Boise, Idaho. I am here tonight on behalf of Jake Centers and BlackRock Homes, who is the owner and developer of the homes directly adjacent to this site, of both the current Hadler development and the proposed Somerset development, which we hope to have going shortly, but has not yet been approved. BlackRock Homes is within the Hadler subdivision, is approximately 650 feet to the northeast of the Timber Creek recycling facility. And BlackRock Homes, in developing this and other home developments in the area, has spent tens of millions of dollars with the understanding that Timber Creek recycling facility would be going away 30 days after receipt of the first certificate of occupancy within 1,000 feet of the home. Hadler subdivision, they're currently working on their horizontal improvements and expect to be before you for final plat approval for the first phase sometime in March or April, with anticipated certificate of occupancy for the first residential home in late 2025. Probably they would estimate November at this point in time. And now, rather than just wrapping up operations, understanding that this is going on, Timber Creek is requesting a very lengthy continuation process where they continue to accept materials that were not originally improved in the development agreement. So BlackRock Homes' first request is that there is no change to the development agreement. This gives Timber Creek Recycling over a year time, really a year and probably a couple months before operations would need to cease. And there really isn't any reason when you dig into that schedule why it couldn't happen in that amount of time, with them understanding that that date is coming. However, to the extent that you are considering the alternative, the modifications, we are, and I drafted this before I had looked completely at what the new development agreement has, but we are asking then that all operations cease by April 1st of 2027. That really is a full year and a half after the first certificate of occupancy would be issued. That is a significant amount of time beyond what was originally proposed and agreed to. And then we also really would like a sign that lets people know that this operation is ceasing and that it is ending. People want to buy in this neighborhood, people live in this neighborhood, and they want to know that this is going to end
It's sometime in the near future. Just have that certainty of a date. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavan.
a question. I appreciated your recommendations.
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Councilwoman Love Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Elizabeth, as talking about activities ceased, if the development agreement was followed and everything ceased as far as money-making activities, what about the activities to be done with the site? Can they, in your opinion, would it work to do the cleanup and everything after that?
Mayor, Councilmember Roberts, I would have to dig more specifically into the DA for a good answer to that question based on what it says about the termination. I do believe they could continue to clean up the site after the fact, but I'd want to double check what that language is exactly.
Thank you.
So question for you. If the next application were to be approved by council, what would be the anticipated first occupancy in theory? Every 2 years from now? Just trying to get a concept for, if it was me, if I was Timber Creek, I'd go modify my space on that and pull out from the 1,000 feet. I don't know that they need all that space or not, but that gets them out of the 1,000-foot buffer of the first one within a year. What about the second one?
Really, Mayor Stevenson, really good question. I think the Somerset, if it is Summerlin Homes, if it is approved, it would be, the preliminary plat, I believe, is likely in front of you end of this year, beginning of next. It's a good 18 months before you get to final plat. 6 months after that, you're good to 2.5 years out.
So roughly the time frame.
Roughly this time frame.
Proposing-ish.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else that signed up?
Mr. Mayor, Tony Mayer online. Tony, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Tony Mayer. Tony, if you can hear this, you can unmute yourself.
Excuse me. Yeah, my name's Tony Mayer, and I have my wife with me, Jeannie. We're residents of 7850 Gerhardt, approximately a quarter of a mile straight west of Timber Creek.
East. Straight east.
Straight east, excuse me, of the straight downwind. We attended the 9/17 meeting and voiced our opposition at that time. We were opposed to what Timber Creek was doing and the various things that have been discussed tonight, the complaints, the odor, the dust. So this past week, I went to the facility and requested a tour of that facility, and they were very gracious and allowed me and my wife to go around. And after seeing what they're doing and the mitigation efforts that they're taking, I have totally changed my mind on their operation there. And they demonstrated to me how they're able to knock the odor down and the mitigation efforts that they're taking. And it's vastly improved, in my opinion, from what it's been in the past. And so I think that needs to be given consideration. As a resident of the area, as in the area impact, I guess I'm changing to support them and their requests for their extended time frame that they're asking for. They're agreeing to wind the facility down. I think you've got to give them the benefit of the doubt on allowing them to operate their own facility and wind it down. It's going to be the best for everybody. They provide such a great benefit for the Ada County community, and they mentioned to Republic Services. I don't know if Hardin Sanitation is in there. what's not talked about is the good they're doing. They're doing a lot of good for the community in recycling this material that would end up in the landfill. And now it's going to end up in the landfill, and then you're going to have to deal with it there. And so I just think we need to reflect and balance the pros and cons of this. It is a recycling facility, and it's taking product it's going to end up as a problem, and it's turning it into a benefit for the community. So I'm in support of them and what they're requesting. So that's all I have at this point, unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, are there other people who'd like to testify? If you'd like to testify, just come sit in the front row and just come on up after one another. If you're online, use the raise your hand feature. You can go ahead and come forward, sir. You're the only one so far that's there.
Mayor, Council, I'm Jim Cox. I'm at 1305 East Columbia Road. I think I am Mike's nearest neighbor. I think I could hit most of Mike's operation with a rock from my mailbox. I'll keep it short. It's all been said. I think Troy Allen spoke for me, saying 2 years is way plenty. I agree with you, Councilman Schrader. There's just no reason to extend the development agreement. It has been 5 years of, we've talked a lot about the odor. We haven't talked as much about the dust. We haven't talked as much about the trucks. We haven't talked as much about the constant commotion that goes on, but it is constant, and it has been just an onslaught for 5 years at our house. We have a lot of people at our house. People are just continually disgusted by what's going on out there. So all that to say that the development has been coming for a long time. It's been over 3 years. That is not a surprise. More time is not what's needed. The development agreement needs to be honored. The transition, I agree, is needing more discussion. But to cease the operations, we would beg that to stop and then work on a transition to get it out of there. I am a general contractor. I have a pretty good sense of what it would take to get it out of there. I think the suggestion of the 24 months that Troy gave made a lot of sense to me. I think reviewing it in 6 months might make sense, but I would ask you not to extend that development agreement at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? All right, thank you very much. Come on up.
My name is Ken Jantz. I own a farm just to the south and to the east. And our property lines basically join in the middle of Columbia Road. So I may be the next closest neighbor. In the world of contracting that I know, both from cities and government, when you have a situation where you have someone that you're not quite sure if they're going to perform, you put together a plan for liquidated damages. Very simple. You have a plan if you're happy with it, and he's happy with it, and he misses it. Put a penalty when he misses. Financial penalty, stiff enough that he will never miss one. I suggest you consider that. It is a practice by cities, government, contractors, businesses. They all work with liquidated damages to get things done. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. Jantz, just a quick question. I appreciate your testimony tonight. The applicant has proposed a financial penalty if he doesn't meet certain metrics. And I've struggled with that, if I'm being frank, because if I'm sitting in the audience, I'm, as you can tell from this meeting, I'm probably a little bit more cynical than the rest of the council. They're much kinder than I am, and I'm working on that. But my thought is, boy, the applicant will just pay the penalty and continue operating. And I, as the neighbor, continue to feel the pain or the ramifications of the action, and the city's the one that gets the dollars. So I appreciate your perspective, but do you have the tendency to have the same thought or help? The city typically doesn't impose a fine or a penalty for a host of different reasons, but I appreciate your suggestion. I wonder if I was a resident in that area, if I would think that's the right decision or not.
Well, clearly, he needs some motivation from his past practices to do what he says he's going to do. And that's just a way to do it. It's not that difficult. The city can sit with him and decide what the damages will be if he doesn't meet certain dates and put a financial penalty on it.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony this evening.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else who'd like to provide testimony on this item this evening? Council break or applicant ready to go? All right, we're gonna give the applicant 10 minutes, so we'll reconvene at 8:40 to come back for your closing and comments. So recess until then. All right, council, we'll go ahead and come back from recess. Would the applicant like to come forward to close?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much for your time tonight. We really appreciate the conversation, appreciate your questions and your continuing partnership in this large discussion and the continued focus on really what's best for the community, which I know motivates all of you and likewise motivates us. We want to continue to be good stewards of the environment and good partners here in the community. And so we certainly appreciate that. We also appreciate, again, the testimony that's been offered. There's been some great suggestions tonight. And we'd like to delineate a few of those things. First off, the request most recently for signage that says we're closing. We're totally amenable to doing that if that helps communicate to the public the timeline and puts everyone on the same page. That's no problem. We also, we continue to assert that we haven't violated our operations plan. There was quite a lengthy discussion about that. There was a letter I wrote as well that I don't know if you've seen that was submitted in response to that. But my point in bringing that up is just to say I don't want to argue back and forth. And I just want to say that we firmly believe we're not in violation. We have not tried to be in violation. We've not tried to hide anything that we're doing. We've worked with the regulatory agencies that they know what we're doing. They've been on site for inspections. You've heard that testimony tonight. So I'd like to try and reestablish that there's nothing nefarious going on here at Timber Creek. There's maybe some misunderstandings about what's going on, but there's nothing nefarious taking place there. I'd like to reassert, as Mr. Meridian stated, that he continues to assert he'll waive his right to appeal this amendment if that's a source of confidence that we're not looking to come back and delay this and amend it again. We really, again, want to assert that we'd like to leave here tonight with a plan and ready to execute that plan and move forward. We're already moving forward in this plan. The plan I presented to you for phase one is already underway, largely complete. We said before December, we're largely complete with that already. We're going to keep marching forward. And as you've heard from testimony, we're talking about a year from now to trigger the existing DA. And what we're really asking for is one more year after that to finish getting the WAS taken care of and then decommission the site. So I don't think we're far off the mark. We've heard 24 months. BlackRock suggested April 1st. We can include April 1st as a checkpoint in our transition plan if that helps. That's totally amenable to say we're going to be done with composting activities. And receiving the tipping fees, the revenue generating activities. We'll need to finish off, as we've talked about, the composting on site and decommissioning the site still by the end of December 2027. But we think that jives with what you've heard tonight about 24 months, about April 1st, 2027. We think we've incorporated that largely in the current transition plan that we've presented to you. So we also are open to checkbacks. Again, we like to leave with a plan in place and know where we're going as we invest in a future for the company and make significant muscle movements for the company. It's going to be disruptive. I mean, we've got a lot of employees that are very nervous about what's going to happen tonight, to be honest with you. And I realize we're not a large employer in the Valley, but we do have employees and families that depend on us, and we're going to make a big move. We'd like to leave and say, hey, here's the plan, here's our path forward, here's how you're part of our team, et cetera, et cetera. So we really want to put some closure to that and move forward. That being said, happy to come back. We've mentioned code enforcement being on site, quarterly inspections. They certainly can give you staff reports. If you'd like reports from me or anyone else on staff to come tell you where we're at and check-ins with you, happy to incorporate that in our plan. We want you to be comfortable with what we're doing, but we need the time to do it correctly. And I know it may sound easy. There's a lot of muscle movements. There's a lot of complexity to doing that. And there's simply some constraints to doing that we have to work through to make this happen. We've tried to be completely transparent with what those things are. We hope that has been effective. And we look forward to your decision tonight and certainly any other questions you may have for us.
Thank you, Caleb. Council, questions for the applicant? Looks like you're off the hook for the moment. Oh, I said for the moment.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
why gives the council a bit of time. First, is it likely?
Negative. It's Lakey.
Lakey. Perfect. Mr. Lakey. First, an apology. I started this meeting pretty spicy. I don't like when I hear one story from one, and it's very rare that an agency gives me information that And then who you agree or disagree was refuted later on in their testimony. So I want to apologize to you because the
Accepted, thank
intel that I had was incorrect and I was wrong. I want to talk a little bit about your transition plan. There's a lot of commentary about that this evening. First, I want to applaud you for trying to kind of walk us through what you want to achieve and date certains that you want to achieve that. So I'll just start. Well, I like to be upfront. I came into this meeting like we're not going to modify the DA. Like we've got a runway. You've got an end date. We're going to move on. It's been some good conversation from some of my good colleagues, some commentary from the community about 24 months. So your transition plan calls for essentially a 3-year plan, a 36-month plan.
That's correct. Start to finish, 24 months really in essence for the WAS composting operation.
So if I'm tracking your WAS would no longer be on the site in terms of being received, but still could be sold off as a good after December of 2026. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, that's correct. We would no longer receive WAS after
Okay.
December of 2026. In 2027, we would still have, and Lacey with her limited time on site did a great job of capturing this. It takes that WAS received in December is going to need time to finish composting out. So yes, there'd be product in play and finishing in 2027, but no additional product brought in for the WAS.
Certainly, right, the bulk of the testimony that we've received has been about the aroma. And I know you've talked at great lengths about the steps that you would take to address the aroma. Help me understand, if I'm a neighbor and I'm living over there and it's June of 2027, it's a warm day, are they still going to be feeling the impact of the aroma of the WAS, or is because you treat it early on, does that eliminate the aroma long-term?
Mayor, Councilman, I cannot give you a definitive answer because we have not tested the addition of lime completely in the compost. That's part of the pilot test we committed to in the first 2 quarters of this next year. However, I'm very confident it's going to be very helpful. I've, again, administered those tests. I saw the immediate impact to the product. Chasing odor is very difficult. You've heard much testimony about that tonight. I also like to further clarify, our approved operations plan nowhere states that an odor violation or odor complaint is a violation of our operations plan. That is not included. The operations plan very clearly says we will follow clear best management practices. We will respond, we'll follow protocol as outlined to notify DEQ, CDH, et cetera, et cetera. It does not say that if we get one odor complaint, we're in violation of our plan. So, and that's for good reason, because we can't chase it down. I've responded out there personally on site at 10:30 at night to try and be responsive to a complaint I received my personal phone at 10 o'clock. I've been there. I've tried to do it. You can't do it. It moves around, and that is not to discredit the complainant. I'm just telling you that you cannot, unless I'm standing next to you, we cannot both say, I smelt that, you smelt that. It's very difficult. That doesn't excuse an ongoing process or an ongoing issue. But what's notable is I don't believe you receive testimony that every night there's an odor issue. There have been issues. There may be some seasons where it comes and goes more often. It's very difficult to pinpoint. We're not negating that. But however, it's different than if someone was saying every night or every day at this time I get this issue. That's not what I have heard. And I don't think that's what's happening. Our most vulnerable situation is when that cheese whiz is fresh, being delivered. That truck driving by your house, you might catch a whiff of that. And that's an odor complaint. Nothing to do with us. The truck went by, right? We're not literally composting that. So addressing the odor at the plant to knock down the odor in that truck, knock down the odor when that truck dumps, is the most efficacious thing we can do to control odor. Now, is there still a possibility for odor in the composting process? Absolutely. Compost and natural biological degradation is an odorous process.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Leakey, I think where I'm coming from is my perspective. There are 2 areas of concern. There is one, the public health piece, right? And Central District Health testified there's no environmental health, there's no public health issue with smelling the aroma. So that's a separate piece, and I recognize that they've got some oversight to your facility, and that is, again, what frustrates me, yet another government entity that is involved in this site. So what falls to me then is the quality of life piece. And look, I grew up on a farm. I recognize that a farm smells different at 4:00 p.m. as it does at 4 a.m., depending on the weather, depending on the date. So, and I also recognize that, hey, even if this is not a composting facility, it's still a farm and it will generate a subjective aroma. What I'm trying to decipher is, does the steps that you take, if I'm a resident that lives over there, are the steps that you're taking going to resolve my overall concern, which is the aroma impacting their quality of life? And that's the hard part for me to then be comfortable with the decision this evening when, and it's no fault to you, but we don't have a definitive answer on that. And so I know that you have proposed some monetary teeth in terms of if certain metrics weren't met. I know Councilmember Strader asked, I thought, a very thoughtful question of your employer about check-ins with the council. Essentially, you're saying you're going to do A, B, and C. And I believe if you say you'll do A, B, and C, you'll do A, B, and C. All the more reason then I see greater teeth of you coming back to see us every 6 months to say, hey, we're doing A, B, and C. And if you don't, then that is the trigger that you would move off the site. A response from you, what do you feel about that proposed idea? How would that impact your operations? And why is that an approach which gives the residents some good comfort that you're going to follow through on all the things that I know you would do that you say you would do?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, just to clarify what you've proposed. So we would have an amended DA that would give us the runway we're requesting.
Potentially.
And in part of that DA, we would commit to check-ins with this council. And if at some point we violate our progress, then we would trigger vacation of the site.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Waxing a little poetic here. Yes, I think there's some details there as to who ultimately makes that decision, whether that is our code enforcement department, whether that's DEQ, whether that's Central District Health. This for me is a path that I'm willing to at least explore in deliberation with my colleagues, because I think it gives the residents great comfort that if you aren't doing the things you're going to say and do, then we'll say, okay, let's say you come before us next April, problems aren't resolved. Great. You got 6 months to wrap up your site and you're done.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councilman, if I may, I see where you're headed. I think that it would be super important to clarify, what is compliance. We spent a lot of time talking about violation of compliance tonight, right? I don't want to be in a situation where, again, not trying to negate or, demean this, but because one person says they smelled something, I come before you, tell me you're in violation because I got an odor complaint. That's really hard for me to accept. There's no certainty to that, right? We have spelled out quantitative numerical metrics in our plan for that exact reason. This is a number you can look at and say, did you meet it? Yes or no? There's no interpretation. You got there or you didn't get there. So to your question, and I think I would defer to the owner to accept your proposal, but to your question, if a plan were developed that had quantitative defensible metrics in it that we could all agree to, potentially there's an opportunity there.
Mr. Mayor, a couple quick follow-ups if I may.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Again, we'll get to deliberation here in a minute, but some things too that I think are also important is I appreciate that you react when you get a complaint. My encouragement would be is whether this council chooses to, modify this DA or not, is I would rather see more proactive, whether that's a staffer or added technology. So you're not having to react. If I lived in that area and I felt I believe I'm smelling something every other day, that would frustrate me to no end. And then to call and say, we'll look into it. And we've heard a lot of that you react and you respond well, which I appreciate when you get a complaint, but it's always after the issue has occurred. So I would encourage you to look at some proactive measures. Second piece, I just happened, I've got a dog groomers in Cuna. I'm driving past your site a couple of weeks ago. And I know one of the things that the council had requested was a landscape buffer. And Mr. Lakey, all the trees that are there are dead. That's not appropriate. We put a request and that was a request that I believe I made as a council member based on the feedback that we got from the public. And when I drove past that, I was really disappointed to see that. So my hope is, again, whether this council chooses to extend the DA or not, that you will be proactive and follow through on the existing development agreement, making sure that you have a healthy, successful landscape buffer over there to shade from some of the issues that are going on the site.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councilman, I appreciate your comments. To respond to proactivity, we haven't talked much about this, but we do weekly odor checks. We do that on our own, regardless of any odor complaint. We're doing odor checks.
Fantastic.
daily, undocumented staff. I mean, these guys are like nervous about odor, right? Because when Mike and I show up on site and we say, guys, hey, check an order, they freak out because they're like, we are trying so hard to control this. I got on, they want to download me on everything they did to control it. So they are on this. This is not something that's kicked to the side, something that's second, this is on top of their mind, out there driving around, through the roads with their pickups, et cetera. So we're on that. Regarding the landscape, I know what you're referring to. All the trees are not dead. I know which ones you're talking about. We planted a bunch this year along the south line. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just acknowledging what you're saying. There's a little bit of a, I guess, discussion there about, we're decommissioning a site. How much are we going to invest in trees on the site? But I want to make it look nice. I see what you're saying. And that was the whole intent from the beginning. So maybe there's some further discussion about what that could look like. But noted. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Maddock, those are my comments and questions for now.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
All right. This is where my head is at. I came into the meeting thinking we should just stick to our original development agreement. But I am trying to find a path. I said in the last meeting, I don't want to put Mr. McGurdio out of business. I do think that some of what he's doing, particularly in Nampa, really serves wider interests of the community. However, I am disappointed. Just to be clear, I feel that you all have accepted materials that might technically be within the bounds of your development agreement, but definitely wasn't within the spirit of your development agreement, if you ask me. What I think would be productive would be not to modify the development agreement right now. I think something that could be really productive, though, would be to instruct our legal department and staff to work with you on a 24-month plan to decommission your site by April 2027, and to have you all come back here on April 1st of 2025, which would be after the first quarter. So I looked at your plan, and in the first quarter, by the end of the first quarter, 2025, there should have been no more asphalt, et cetera. The final batch of it should have been crushed by that point. You've had an opportunity to test and fully pilot your lime addition to your odor issues. And then a good percentage of the WAS would already be diverted. So I think we would be getting really good feedback at that time about how those processes are working. And then I would feel more comfortable at that point signing a development agreement modification, again, giving you 2 years to fully decommission your site. That to me makes sense, because I think that's ultimately what you're trying to achieve, is getting that DA modification. I understand that, waiting until April 1st does provide you with some business uncertainty, and that sucks, but that's also the leverage that I think is most effective to drive compliance. So that's where I'm coming from. And certainly to the extent that if you were to show up in that meeting and those things that you promised would be done at that point were not done, then you would know you would have a really big problem on your hands, most likely in about a year. But at least that would, I think, give you a path if you, and I can speak for, we never know what will happen on our council, right? There could be other people on the council. You just never know what's going to happen. But at least I could tell you from my own perspective, if you came in April 1st of 2025 and you said, here's how I've been in compliance with all the things I said I would do, okay, then that gives me an opportunity to see you're meeting those milestones and expectations. And then I feel like I could give you a more narrow 24-month development agreement modification. But it would have to be, I think, crafted in a way where it explicitly described the materials you could continue accepting until the facility was decommissioned. I hate the uncertainty in the existing agreement around the end use being the driver of what is an acceptable material. So anyway, I'm just trying to be constructive, because I came in, feeling like this to me is a situation that was set up that should not have occurred in this way. And now we just need to fix it. And I feel like meeting halfway is a good way to do it. You could come in and say, hey, look, we've done all the things we said we would do. We could take public testimony on that proposed development agreement modification at that time. So to the extent that neighbors still have either new or existing concerns, they could articulate those at that time. We can make a decision on modifying your development agreement then. But I think between now and then, what could occur is that would give some time for city staff and planning and yourselves to work on a development agreement some more, because I don't think the one that we have in front of us is workable tonight from my perspective. I would not feel comfortable moving forward on that at this time.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just one point of clarification, Councilwoman, and for all the council, when we talk about 50% of the cheese waz being diverted in 2025, that's incumbent upon the second pad being built. So that pad will not be built in the before that April 1st check. And I just wanted to clarify that. So, when we talk about 25%, that's our theoretical max plus or minus on the current infrastructure that we're pushing cheese to right now. We need additional infrastructure to push up more waz and then another pad to push up more waz. So I just wanted to clarify that to you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Scher.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is part of the challenge, is that I think you have a lot of people that need some certainty around the milestones that you're going to meet. And if you are not making progress, I mean, at that point, 25% of your WAS should have been diverted by April 1st. And you agree? And that sounds like that is achievable without a second pad. Is that right? Okay. But you do have a milestone in the fourth quarter of 2025 to have 50% of your WAS diverted. You just told me that that might be contingent upon building a second pad. And that is not something within my control at all, or the neighbor's control. It is within your control, though. I mean, there are things outside of your control, but it's generally within your control to execute on your business plan. I can't really, solve for that. I would definitely on April 1st want a pretty substantive update on where you're at with that second pad. My biggest fear overall is just, I don't want to see a moving target. And I feel like this is what this thing has been, where there's different materials being accepted that I believe are outside of what should have been accepted. Then we have this possibility of a timeline that's extending. I don't want that. I want to get to some type of certainty. The existing development agreement provides a lot of certainty, but in a negative way. But it does provide a lot of certainty. So it's up to you. I mean, and again, I'm just one person trying to brainstorm, but that's where my head is at, is I wouldn't move forward with this development agreement modification tonight. I think if you came in on April 1st and you showed, hey, we've materially improved in these different ways, we're not accepting asphalt, we're not crushing it, that makes me feel better that the public health risk from the perspective of the silica has been remediated at that point. Then at that point, what we have is still a nuisance, which is impacting people's quality of life. That's been reduced by 25%. And then you're also demonstrating the results of your odor mitigation. And what I'd be hoping to hear at that meeting from the neighbors is, like, we have noticed a difference. It has improved, that kind of feedback, I mean, would be very helpful. There's no guarantee that you would get to April 1st and your development agreement would be modified, just to be clear. I mean, but if you're doing everything you say you'll do and I'm seeing improvement, then I would be open to it at that time.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I feel like I'm throwing out another different version here of where I think we should go. This has been all over the place this evening, trying to figure out definitions of terms, whether it was definition of what a violation was, or how we're coming in compliance, or what type of waste this is. But we took our eye off the ball. We have DEQ and we have Central District Health to make those determinations for those violations. And they're the ones that stood right up and said, we have no danger currently to public health. I don't have the ability to make that determination. They do. We had the experts here and they made that call. But I'm going to go with what I think was the best answer this evening from a very interested partner with the development. And that was Elizabeth's recommendation. It's a runway, but it's a shorter runway. And that's shall cease all operations by April 1st of 2027. I could support that. It's 28 months. It's not 36 months. I don't think that means that you get to then wait 8 more months while you're waiting stuff out. I believe it means ceasing all operations, and at that point, you are removing what's there from the property. That's where I'm going to stand.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
Mayor, Mr. Lakey, just along those lines, can you just give me a sense of what the decommissioning timeline would be once you do cease operations? How long before everything is moved off-site, sold, distributed, marketed, whatever you do, and that site is ready to move forward with whatever's next?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Whitlock, thank you for the question. There are some question marks in that process. You mentioned sale, right? We don't know the future sales to say we have this already gone, right? It's an annual reoccurring thing. But how I envision this decommissioning process is we're not accepting new revenue across the scale to add to our compost facility currently effective the end of 2026. In 2027, we're taking care of the existing compost, keeping it going so it finishes. We do have some infrastructure on that property needs to be moved. I mentioned there's a fixed screening trommel there. There's some heavy equipment that could be relocated. There's a scale house there if we're not receiving any more product in that potentially could be relocated to Nampa. There's several outbuildings there that can be moved. Those all take time, and I don't think they're highly disruptive processes to be decommissioning. There is not a large decommissioning, for example, and CDH talked about this, and they're going to a closeout plan. We don't have a closeout plan per se. We have to follow that. We have to do X, Y, and Z. It's a matter of taking the product we have, getting it off the site, returning the site to the underlying owner in an acceptable format. And the biggest thing is just getting our product off. We've got thousands of yards of product on site at any given time in different shapes and forms, right? It comes in a raw form, we grind it, still have 1,000 yards of ground material. It's just a different shape. It's amazing. A truck looks big, but you fill it up pretty quick. It takes a lot of truckloads to move material. It takes time. If one truck driver is getting 5 loads in a day, he's doing pretty good. We have resources dedicated to this. We have equipment that we don't have to contract with someone to close this out, for example. We have the equipment to do that. I think the biggest constraint for us is we have proposed a very aggressive schedule to the council. It's going to take a lot of focus and effort to make that happen. It's be very difficult to be building a new site, transitioning WAS over, and meanwhile decommissioning this site where you're trying to make decisions about what's staying, what's going. That's why we asked for us to focus on getting the WAS, which was the kind of the big target, focus getting that out there, and then asking for the 12 months to say, hey, we're tapering this thing off. Now we can say, hey, yeah, we're done. So that can go and that can go. And the fuel island can go, fill in the blank, right? So that was the logic behind the time. Again, from my opinion, the 24 months proposal from BlackRock, I think we're in concurrence on that. But if we're adding the April 1st date to our current plan as a check mark, that we finish with that. But again, we go back to the discussion earlier of the do nothing approach. Right now they're saying a year from now we could be getting told we need to get out, and that's if stuff continues. Right now it's looking pretty positive. Right now we can't forecast exactly the economy, but I've seen plenty of subdivisions stop after horizontal's done. So in that case, we're actually asking to accelerate this whole thing on ourselves. We're committing to an accelerated timeline versus what potentially could be 2029 if things stalled out. Now I'm not saying that's super likely. I'm just trying to point out that we're proposing what we feel is a very aggressive approach to this. And so I'm sorry I deviated from your original question, the closeout plan, sir. I apologize, but that all ties together as to why we proposed that. It wasn't just a buffer. There's legitimate things we have to do.
Mr. Mayor, just to follow up.
Councilman Whitlock.
And Caleb, I appreciate that. I appreciate your focus. From what you've heard tonight, can you sharpen that focus to 28 months instead of 36 months?
Again, I'm going to defer to the owner on final acceptance of something like that, but really putting a pinch on us because if we're taking WAS and we don't have the capacity to move it out before the end of 26, we have to be able to take care of that stuff and get it off the site. So April doesn't give us enough room to do that. And I, this would be a question for the Black Rock development, and Councilman Overton stressed this, but it says cease operations. I don't know if there's any room for understanding there of what does that mean? Is that a lock on the gate and the sign's down and the lights are off and absolutely nothing's happening on that site? That would be the original interpretation. Is it the recycling company is no longer recycling on this site and we're decommissioning? I don't know if that's amenable to them or not. But April 1st is a pinch to say we can, because to get everything off the site, quite frankly.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Lakey, I'd like to further pursue the April 1st, 2027, but not necessarily as Elizabeth presented, but to guarantee that it is ceasing operations and that at that point you are decommissioning so that you've got more structure. Because I think we've got so many moving parts here. As much as I can appreciate what Councilwoman Strader brought up, I'm also very concerned about the council becoming a business monitor, and that doesn't set real well with me either. So I would like to see you have more hard deadlines, modify the plan that you've already presented, but with that April date built in, if that's a possibility or if that's an option.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Gerdio has joined behind you.
Excellent. Mr. Mayor, members of council. So why we did present this timeline is because when we do get that pad built, when we fired up the last one, we ran into problems. The contractor who built the pad, when they poured the concrete, they accidentally, in their stakes, when they were pounding the stakes in, they poked holes in the air system. So when we turned it on, we had air bubbles coming up through the asphalt and the concrete. So we had to saw up the concrete and redo all those holes and go inside and repair those. So again, when we have a timeline to build these things, it's like, okay, here's when we have it planned to be built, but that's why I had that extra year in there for a buffer. We're gonna be out of there sooner, but I learned going to Nampa, I ran into a lot of problems that I did not expect. So to me, I'm gonna be out of there a lot sooner. In my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, 24 months, not a big deal. But I'm like, no, wait a minute. You had these ambitions before, don't do it again. You've got to prepare for something that comes up that you can't expect. And so that's what I'm trying to do. And beyond that is when we do have it built in December, we still have that acceptance at the other site, for 90 days. We have screening that has to be done to get it to a finished product. And then obviously haul it out. So there's 3 months, then there's probably another 30 days of cure to where we actually test the material to make sure it's finished. Then we screen the material, then we ship out. So you can kind of see where it's like we build it, but we have so much of a timeline that we have to abide by to make sure it's a safe product to leave the facility. So.
I won the steering and silent game growing up, so.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I think it'd probably be prudent to keep the public hearing open, but to give council maybe, again, this is what happens when you ask the council you want for dinner, you get 7 or 8 different ideas. Probably need to build some coalescence, some things that we'd maybe support one way or another. So I'd say, go and grab a seat, but don't go too far. We may have some additional questions for each of you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I would be happy to kick off like some discussion and we can kind of kick it around. Again, I sort of came in thinking I wanted to just stick with the original development agreement because I feel like it creates a lot of certainty. However, it does make sense to me that a transition period makes sense for a lot of the reasons that were explained today. Certainly, we don't want to run the risk of having a site that has a lot of hazardous material that's kind of just not being monitored. We want this to be shut down in an orderly way. That's definitely in our best interest. I thought Lacey did a good job of, that was very enlightening for me, understanding that there is a 3-month process from the time that the materials arrive to the time that it can actually leave the site. So that is something to think about. I think where my head is at is I'm not ready to modify the development agreement tonight. What I would like to see is for the applicant to come back on April 1st, 2025, with hopefully a great update on how they're following all aspects of their plan, how things are going. Certainly to the extent that you had run into an issue with securing your second pad, we would at least hear about any early issues there. Maybe we would get, hopefully some good results from the piloting of the odor mitigation efforts that are going to happen. But I would think that we could instruct our attorney and staff and the applicant to work together on a development agreement modification between now and then, with the idea being this timeline of, it sounds like at least most of the council agrees that we just don't want to see these operations continuing past April of 2027 is what I'm hearing from everybody. Maybe there's a question about the decommissioning piece, selling equipment, things like that. I don't think we want to get into all that, but just all the compost the operations are done. There's no new compost coming in. The compost that's been there has been, I think at that point, sold. It's just a matter of, winding everything down. At least that's where my head was at, was more of a process like that. And part of the thinking for me was a couple things. I want to give the applicant the opportunity to demonstrate that they're following their plan, to build credibility, to give that development agreement extension. I don't feel comfortable providing it at this time because I do feel like it's been kind of fuzzy with the materials that have been accepted on this site. And I'll just be frank, like I'm not happy with what's happened at the site. I'm not happy that that the odor has been so pervasive, but more particularly the asphalt and concrete, those materials I don't think should have ever been accepted. And I believe that they are hazardous. And I'm just not going to agree to modify the development agreement tonight and create what I think is a longer hazard. Anyway, sorry, I'm kind of just talking out loud, but yeah, that's where I was at.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
if my colleague would entertain just a couple of clarifying questions from a process standpoint. Would it be your recommendation then to continue this item to April 1? Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, a couple follow-ups.
Yes.
Would it be your intention to keep the public hearing open to allow the public to provide testimony essentially on what has occurred between tonight and that date? Okay. And then, Mr. Mayor, maybe one last clarifying question. Would there be any additional information, either a more detailed timeline, maybe breaking it down by month or something along those lines, from that you would be seeking from the applicant to give you greater clarification about what April 1 looks like until a determined decommission date that you would ask the council to support?
Mr. Mayor. Well, I think at that point, what I think would be beneficial would be, I think we could take the time to make sure that the development agreement is really solid and that we feel it's enforceable. The new agreement, I mean, the modified agreement. I'd like input from Mr. Neri on the financial penalties and the adequacy of those to help fund for the city to have to sue Timber Creek if necessary. And I think I would just be looking for a lot of work to happen on the agreement. I think we could take testimony from the public kind of on an ongoing basis between now and then, but certainly they would come back before us and that would be kind of a milestone where I think that would occur. We would get that update. The only piece of, I mean, their timeline is a quarterly timeline, but there were months indicated for some milestones, like, so you can see on there that each quarter is kind of specified. I mean, I don't know if it actually benefits us that much to get more granular than quarterly. And part of my thinking is that there are things that happen that are unforeseen. And I feel like giving him the ability for things to happen within quarterly milestones, like, makes more sense. This is a tough situation. I mean, it is a tough situation. I think that's the best way to find our way out of it. But I'm open to other people's ideas too. I don't know.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
my only concern with that plan is it does leave the applicant with a situation where they currently have a DA that will go until 2029. Unless we get a CO on a new house within 1,000 feet. And I don't think you want to gamble on whether or not that's going to happen. And if we don't take any action until April of 2025, we're making a very, very short period of time that we got to make a decision. And at some point, I have to recognize that the applicant is trying to come in front of us and give us plenty of time to try to make this decision on what that best course of action is. And we're trying to find the best balanced approach, both for the community members, for the future developers that are about to build, and the best exit strategy for Timber Creek, all at the same time. And I don't have a magic hat. It's there is no decision that I think we can make that's going to make everybody happy. I think we owe it to the applicant to make a decision tonight. So they better know what their future looks like tomorrow. The 28 months, the April 1st deadline of 2027. Again, I don't know whether that's too tight of a runway to make this all work. But I have to remember that we're talking about a situation that's changed dynamically just in this past, 6 months to a year, when DEQ is now saying that they have to add line to the waste product from the plant towards transport, which apparently is helping. We had testimony from one gentleman, I believe I got his name right, is Tony Mayer, who was against this whole project, lives a quarter mile to the east, and after he's gone to your facility recently, switched. He believes in what you're doing. I know that what you are doing is benefiting our landfills in a pretty tremendous fashion. And I want to help try to find a solution that works for everyone. Everyone's going to get some part of a victory, but maybe not a total victory. And that's why I was looking at the April 1 timeline. They can live with that. I still think we'd leave here tonight with a solution that's defined, that we're aware of, that we can live with, and we can move forward and know that we're doing what we can to be the best to try to give them a runway out and prepare for the development of that part of South Meridian.
Councilman Whitlock.
I guess I don't know where I'm going to be if this came down to a vote tonight. But it certainly has been an educational process for me to understand what was or is. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot tonight that it's no threat to public health. It's clearly a nuisance. I've learned tonight that the applicant has been proactive in my mind. I think they've developed a plan after our September meeting to address some of the concerns that we raised then. And I think they have made it a time-bound plan with milestones and metrics that they can meet. I've learned that they held a neighborhood meeting. I've learned that they've stopped accepting certain materials already, and code enforcement has been out there and they've documented what's on site, and we'll be able to monitor that situation moving forward. I've learned that they've developed a plan, and final crushing will take place in first quarter of 2025. They've developed a plan to begin mitigating the WAS that is on site and diverting 25% of that early next year to the Nampa facility. And I learned that they also have been working with the state on a mitigation plan to address the odor issues and complaints. So I've learned a lot. It's been educational. Still don't know where I will be in terms of a decision tonight, but I think that the applicant has been proactive, even without a modification to their development agreement. I mean, all those things that I've listed have happened without a modification. So part of me can understand Councilwoman Strader's suggestion that keep working, come back, show us the progress, and then let's talk about a modification. And part of me understands the business need to be able to have some certainty moving forward. And I've learned tonight that the homeowners association would accept a 24-month instead of 36-month extension. I've learned tonight that the developers who have big plans for that area would be fine with 28 months. So there's a lot of new information that I'm just trying to process in how we move forward, but thought I would share what I've learned tonight that will impact my decision.
Council, public hearing is still open. I got a nod from the applicant. Would you like to have them come back up and make a few comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We were just talking there. I think we can find a middle ground on this one. We need some dry weather to get the material out. So we can have it done composting, but we need the dry weather to get materials hauled because all that area back there where we're composting is all dirt. So we're limited to like the equipment we can send back there when we can send it back there. So we're proposing saying, hey, let's have everything out and done by the end of June and have everything done by then. That gives us our dry weather and our time to have it done. It's close to what the developers want. It's 2 quarters short of what we're asking for. So it definitely puts us up against the gun. But I think that would be a center line we would do. So if that helps you when your decision making tonight, because it does, it makes a big difference for me to know when I have a deadline, what I can and can't do. Because if I have an open door in 6 months, that is really, really scary to me. So I would appreciate some certainty.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. McGurty, help me understand your timeline again. You said June of what year?
End of 2027 or end of June of 2027.
Okay.
So that shortens it up 6 months.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
can we get Mr. McGurk back? We just wanted to clarify, sorry, Mr. Mayor, Mr. McGurdio, we just wanted to clarify the time frame. So we're basically moving from December up to June 1 or back from April, either way we look at it. So June 1, 27.
It'd be June, so July 1st essentially. So it'd be 6 months backed up to where we'd shut that off.
Okay.
So we're extending it out from what they wanted from April to a few months to get, again, that dry weather.
So July 1 instead of June 1.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
public meeting still open. We asked legal for a technical question.
Absolutely.
Mr. Neri,
Yes, sir.
if we were to make a proposal of the amended DA, but 6 months shorter, instead of at the end of December of 2027, the end of June 2027. Anything in particular we need to do to make that modification, or because it hasn't been approved yet, can we just make that determination in a motion and approve it?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Overton, yeah, that's what we would be seeking is obviously we're going to need a little time to take all the information you've gathered and the direction from the council, what you want to see in an amended development agreement, including the timeline. I was looking at dates, this being November 12th, we would probably want to bring this back then in front of you by no later than December 17th, so a little over a month. That gives it, make sure it gets in front of the, on the agenda by the 10th, or on the, on our normal cycle by the 10th, so that it's on the 17th agenda. But that'll give us a couple of weeks with Mr. Cranny to get the final details of this. Some of it's already done. I mean, they've proposed some of it. I don't think it'll take that long, but I don't want to cut it short with a holiday in the middle of that. But we would probably then want to bring it back to you again, December 10th, 17th, somewhere in that range. But with those specifics of what specific conditions you want, including the timeline, if anything differs from what they're proposing.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, follow-up
Councilman Overton.
to the applicant. It's not quite as easy as us just saying it's 6 months shorter. That would require you to basically build a schedule that was 6 months shorter, as well as how you're going to modify that. City attorney talked about a reset date, continuing this until December 10th or December 17th. Is that something you would be open to?
Till December, what was it?
Excuse me, either the 10th or the 17th to get the final version of what the council would be approving in front of them. So I was proposing most likely the 17th for the council hearing. That would get it, we'd have to have it done by the 10th to put it on the agenda to have it ready for the 17th.
Okay.
So that gives us right about a month with a holiday in there.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Overton, so what you're suggesting is make a motion tonight, and then we would have to review the document for final approval. Is that what I'm understanding? Okay. Yeah, I would be open to that. So that'd be great.
Okay. Just to follow up.
Yeah.
I'm just one person right now. I'm working, so we'll see where we get.
That's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
based on the latest conversations and having the applicant come back up, I would be supportive of moving forward with a continuance. So we would give the applicant time to modify his schedule to be completely done, ceasing all operations by June 30th of 2027, and providing us with a new schedule of how that operation would be shut down over a period of time. Just seeking input from the rest of council.
Just what I heard Mr. Mercurio say was he thought you were going to make a motion tonight and come back with something. So you may want to make sure he's in agreement with your statement of continuing the public hearing where you will not make a motion tonight. I mean, you continue still open. You can't make a motion tonight. So I just want to make sure everyone's good on on the process element before you've at least think that you have sign off on from the applicant to the process.
That's correct.
Mr. Mayor.
That's what I'm sure.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand what Councilman Over, where he's coming from. So is your thought, at first I thought he was making a motion to approve and then modify the development agreement afterward with findings. Now I'm hearing this is straight up a motion to continue. Please come back with your new timeline. Then we would craft a development agreement. I just wanted to understand which of those pathways Councilman Overton was recommending.
Mr. Mayor, that is, it's getting late. And although that's not really a good excuse, yes. I'm basically looking for more of a consensus from council before I make a motion seeking a continuance. I don't want to ask for a continuance if I'm the only person that's in support of this solution.
Mr. Mayor.
And I think that you would want to have the development agreement brought back at that, we're not coming back to then craft the development agreement. It would be at that meeting.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Mr. Members of Council, again, Council, I mean, is your expectation to come back in December with proposed development agreement with this new transition plan that would also have proposed findings at the same time? So we would be crafting draft findings, a draft development agreement for potential approval in December. Just want to make sure we bring you back what you're wanting.
Would the applicant like to make any comments as to that understanding based upon the previous conversation?
Council, Justin Cranny, Holly Troxel, 877 Main Street. I represent Timber Creek Recycling. My understanding is, just to make sure, Mr. Neri, is that at this point, there will be a motion to approve a DA that will come back modified, and you'll have findings and facts next time. Is that correct? No? Okay, help me understand fully what's going on.
The requested motion would be a continuance.
Continuance.
But it
So we
would
have
be
time to finish negotiating. I'm sorry. to cut off.
It would be to draft up the language
Okay.
for approval at that meeting is continued to.
Okay. And at that point, we would still have the public meeting open. Is that correct?
Correct, but whether or not we would to take public testimony or not would be up to council's purview, or if it would just be purely for that purpose.
And this, for clarification purposes, the modification to the DA would solely be the shortened time frame, or will it also incorporate other concepts?
And based upon whatever the motion maker makes.
Perfect. Just want to make 100% clear on that. On that point, I think Mr. Nair and I have worked well in the past. We could have the DA finalized for the next hearing. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just for some feedback on the original motion. I always try to keep an open mind. And if somehow new information comes to me that could change my mind, I'm always open to it. But if on December 17th, Councilman Overton were to move for approval, I would not feel comfortable. I think I explained the reasons. I would not be in support. And it's just, I feel that this needs a shorter leash and a higher level of control on the part of the city council. That's where I'm coming from. I completely respect my colleagues and I very much understand where they're coming from. And I think we're all in the same spirit of trying to solve the problem. In terms of actions, I would be a no on that motion to approve. I might be open if it's whatever decision is made, whether it's approved or not approved. There are separately things I would like to see modified in the development agreement for me to support that aspect as well. Although it seems unlikely, right, if most of the council is approving something and Liz is not, probably most of the council would be passing your development agreement that's being modified. But the things that I would be looking for to change in that agreement would be a proactive listing of all the acceptable materials that you could accept on your site going forward. Because I think that is a significant deficiency in the current development agreement. So that would be something I would be specifically looking for. And then there could be other things that kind of come out, but that's the main thing to me. That's an issue. I do get comfort. I will say I do get comfort from, I appreciate you being proactive. And I was one that kind of pushed for that. And I think you really are trying. I'm just at a point that I feel like we need a higher level of control over the situation. And that's why I thought April 1st made sense. But I think this could be an acceptable approach. I would not personally be in support of it. I just wanted to kind of, I like to explain where I'm coming from. If I'm not going to vote for things, I don't want you to think if you get to December that Liz would be changing. I don't think I would necessarily change my mind. Again, unless something significant came up or sort of changed my mind, or you're like, hey, great news, we've quantified and the lime is working and we can show you, those kinds of things. If there's an amazing positive update like that, I'd love to hear it. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of explain how I would most likely vote in December if this were to occur.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Schrader, thank you for your solution-based mindset tonight. I do appreciate it. I have felt like you have came to the table with that mindset, so I appreciate that. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Schrader, on that list, yeah, I am open to that list. And obviously the things that, we're currently accepting today and locking that down, we would definitely do that to help, that fear of any new things coming on or any of that stuff. That could be added to the DA. So I would do that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I think that all of your neighbors would appreciate that too. It's that fear of the unknown. And I think not wanting to have like a moving target. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
I appreciated Mr. McGurdio's explanation of Idaho weather and that it's often wet and soggy in April. And so that helped on that April 1st date that seemed workable for me, but I appreciate the explanation. Mr. Mayor, I wonder if it would be acceptable to ask Elizabeth, who proposed that April 1st date, where she and her clients might be on a June 30th or one additional quarter.
Really, it is a public hearing, so long as the applicant still can, gets the last rights to speak. If Elizabeth would like to give any feedback. That was a general supportive notion is what I think I heard, not on the record, but on the record now.
Would you like to have the final word?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
we're leaving the public hearing open. I'd like to make a motion that we move for a continuance on this matter until December 17th to allow our legal and the applicant to come forward with a new development agreement that has a 6-month shorter time frame where their benchmarks are lined up for that period of time instead of the one that they have right now. And we'll be able to continue this public hearing and vote on that at that time.
Second?
I have a motion, a second. Do I have discussion?
Mr. Mayor, real briefly,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I appreciate the good motion from Councilmember Overton. I think it's something we've got, I think, recommended denial from staff, so we've got to get at least prepared findings if that's the direction council wants to go. I still have some very significant reservations about this application. Frankly, I appreciate having a little bit more time to think on this. As I know, all of council have moved back and forth on kind of where we have felt and responses, so I appreciate the motion. I'll be in support of the motion, although, again, should this be what is before us in December, I'm not 100% satisfied that I would support, nor am I 100% satisfied I'd oppose. So I want to try and be upfront and clear for the body as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Overton, besides the comment I heard from Councilmember Schrader wanting some specificity on the products that are being brought to the site and a listing of the products. Other than that, they have already made proposals of a draft development agreement that's in front of you now. Are those conditions acceptable? And besides the list, are there additional conditions the council is wanting to see as part of the development agreement before you in December? So we can make sure we hopefully don't have another delay. I just want to make sure we bring you what you're asking.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Neri, I'm accepting what they have on their current timeline and the process and how they're doing it, just shortening up by 6 months.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Lovell Roberts.
if the motion maker would be willing to include, I think the signage on the property was mentioned.
Thank you.
Maker of the motion agrees.
And the second agrees?
Second agrees.
Is there further discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
2 questions for the maker of the motion. Do you anticipate that some sort of a concept around monetary damages would be included in this final, I guess, modified development agreement that's proposed? And then my second question would be whether you would be in support of a proactive listing of acceptable materials at the site, or whether you felt like, or Mr. Overton, Councilman Overton, felt like the current wording of the existing development agreement was acceptable in light of the timeline. I just wanted to maybe prompt those questions.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, I'm not looking for additional enforcement placed upon the applicant. They're under the purview now of our code enforcement, CDH and DEQ. I don't know that we need to at this point to add that to the agreement. I know you want to have a list of items, and if he is open to providing that list, I think that would go a long ways towards making this a better agreement. So the maker of the motion would agree to collecting a list of all items that he is going to accept.
Second agrees.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just to explain, I will be voting in favor of the motion, which is for continuance, but I would likely not be in support of an approval in December. I would like to support the process continuing, but I would not be in support ultimately of this as currently formulated.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. So thank you very much. We'll see you back in December. Council, it's not yet 10 o'clock.
Yeah, let's get through these.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to items 6 and 7, public hearing for Treasure Valley Athletic Center MCU 2024-003 and H 2024-0033. We'll open these public hearings with staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you is a request for a conditional use permit modification and a development agreement modification. This site consists of 2.12 acres of land. It's owned IL Light Industrial and is located at 1251 and the southern portion of 1250 East Piper Court, south of East Franklin Road and west of South Locust Grove. This property was annexed back in 1997 as part of the larger Metamont subdivision with a development agreement. A conditional use permit was later approved in 2003 for an indoor soccer recreation facility on the subject property in the IL zoning district. A property boundary adjustment was recently tentatively approved, as shown, between the subject property and the budding property to the north to shift the shared property line an additional 75 feet to the north to accommodate the proposed expansion. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation for this property is general industrial. The development agreement modification requested by the applicant proposes to modify the existing development agreement to enter into a new development agreement for the subject property. The following modifications are proposed to the existing provisions. Removal of provision 4E, which requires a 20-foot wide landscape buffer easement to be provided to adjacent residential uses. At the time the development agreement was adopted, the abutting property to the west was zoned R40 and planned to develop with residential uses. Subsequently, the property was rezoned to CG and developed with a mix of commercial and office non-residential uses. Staff agrees with excluding this provision from the new agreement as there is no longer a need for the buffer. Second, modify the special setback requirements in number 4P to reduce the minimum rear yard setback from 20 feet to 10 feet as there's no longer a need for a buffer to residential uses. The 10-foot buffer will ensure structures don't encroach in the irrigation pipe easement depicted on the plat. Staff recommends the minimum side yard building setback of 5 feet per story is also removed because it's not required in the IL district. All other setbacks shall be as required in the UDC. Lastly, removal of number 4S pertaining to maximum lot coverage, which limits the building footprint to no more than 50% of the building lot. Staff agrees with excluding this provision from the new agreement as current code has no restrictions on lot coverage. Staff has reviewed all other provisions in the DA and does not recommend any other provisions are carried over to the new agreement. Staff recommends as a provision of the DA that future development generally complies with the site and the landscape plan and conceptual elevations submitted with the subject application and complies with the conditions contained in the staff report. A conditional use permit was approved in 2003, as I mentioned, for an indoor soccer field with accessory uses in the IL zoning district. The site plan associated with that approval is shown on the left. A modification to the conditional use permit is proposed to expand the use to include a new 14,700 square foot building to the north of the existing building, which will contain sand courts for beach volleyball with a weight and training room and 8 additional parking spaces on the east side of the building, as shown on the site plan on the right. No changes are proposed to the existing building or site. Compliance with the UDC specific use standards for indoor recreation facilities is required. The applicant estimates that on a typical day and evening, there will be approximately 30 patrons and 2 employees within the primary building and 20 patrons and 2 employees in the secondary building. The primary users of the facility will be people of all ages, and the facility will be used from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., Saturday and Sunday. The heaviest periods of use for the facility are anticipated to be evenings and weekends. Tournaments are held in the existing building, but will not be held in the new building. Off-street parking is required at a minimum of 1 space for every 2,000 square feet of gross floor area. Based on 37,700 square feet, 14,700 square feet for the new structure and 23,000 for the existing structure, a minimum of 19 spaces are required for the overall site. A total of 65 spaces are proposed at a ratio of 1 per 580 square feet, exceeding the minimum standard by 46 spaces. The applicant is in the process of completing a shared access and parking easement agreement with the abutting property to the north, which is Dutchman Motorsports. This will allow cross-access between properties and provide more parking for the proposed use if needed during the heaviest periods of use in the evenings and weekends. Conceptual building elevations were submitted as shown for the proposed single-story building. Building materials consist of vertical and horizontal metal panels, horizontal corrugated metal panels, fiber cement panel accents, and glazing with a metal standing seam roof. The final design is required to be consistent with the non-residential design standards in the IL zoning district listed in the Architectural Standards Manual. Written testimony was received from the applicant's representative, Eric Hagan. He is in agreement with the provisions in the staff report. The commission did recommend approval per the conditions in the staff report. Go over a summary of the commission public hearing. Eric Hagan, the applicant's representative, testified in favor. No one testified in opposition or commented. Eric Hagan, the applicant's representative, submitted written testimony in agreement with the staff report. There were no key issues of discussion or changes to the staff recommendation by the commission. There are no outstanding issues for council tonight. There has been no written testimony received since the commission hearing. Staff will stand for any questions. The applicant is here tonight to testify.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff? And would the applicant like to come forward?
Good evening. My name is Eric Hagan. My office is at 280 North 8th Street, Suite 204 in Boise. As Ms. Allen noted, we are 100% behind their recommendation and don't really have anything else to add to that. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to stand for them.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, we have anybody set up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Hey, is there anybody present in the audience or online that would like to provide testimony? Seeing no one raising their hand or no one coming forward, does the applicant waive final comments? Council, your direction.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
So we've heard there's no public testimony and the applicant has waived final.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I move that we close public hearing on items 6 and 7.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close public hearings on items 6 and 7. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Hi.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, do you want separate motions on both items?
Mr. Mayor, since they have separate numbers, yes, please.
Okay. Councilman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor. 1 second. Can I see that? Sorry, my laptop ran out of battery. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I move to approve, after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number MCU 2024-0003.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve MCU 2024-003. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh. Little Roberts. Overton.
Aye.
Strater.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries and item is agreed to.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2024-0033.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 7, H 2024-0033. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
just to ensure that it is approved with all of the recommendations from staff on all the items that were in the slide. I believe they are all enumerated as well in the staff report, but just to explain that.
Second agree?
Second agrees.
Okay. Any further comments? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh. Little Roberts. Overton.
Aye.
Strater.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. Item is agreed to and approved. Thank you very much for sticking with us this evening.
Thank you.
Council, anything under future meeting topics or a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
before we jump to future meeting topics, just ask council to look at their calendars for either the evening of December 5th or December 19th as possible options for a council member and guest holiday dinner.
Mayor, I'll be out of town on the 5th.
Mr. Mayor, I'd ask council to look at December 19th as a possible solution. And if that does not work, please reach out to me and we will look for an alternative date. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. With that, I move we adjourn tonight's meeting.
Motion adjourned. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes